I'll see if it goes online. 2022, 12 November. It's Jom Echad. It's the first day of the week. I was, and I'm still not sure I should do this on the Sabbath, but I was working on this again. The name work, right? And we shouldn't be working, but work 6 days, right? And then rest the 7th day. But it is in regards to scripture. So I'm kind of not sure if it's total, it's reading scripture, and it's writing it into English and Danish and thinking and finding out and all that, and toying around with the Hebrew to further learn Hebrew. I'm not entirely sure I should be doing it on the Sabbath, or if that's actually a good day to do it, because it is in regards to scripture, and you do research and read and all that. I also have a ESV physical book that I was reading in regards to the 6th chapter, which with the fallen angels and all that. And of course, in the Hebrew, it's just much more clear that this is not talking about, this is talking about the sons of Adam, and in regards of their, the children, the women, that the B'nai Elohim, which is contrasting compared to the Ha-Adam, the sons of Adam. And if you just see the chapter before that, it's about the line of Adam, and of course that might be harder to see in the translation, because when you need to translate, and that's also a problem, because you have things in the Hebrew that might be hard to fix in the English translation, where you have multiple links like Adam, Adamah in regards of earth, right? But of course, you do have at least 3 terms in regards of land, earth, and ground, and I'm not entirely sure which Hebrew word is best in regards of. I've looked into in regards to the Shamaim. You have the Rakia, and as far as the best word I can find for Rakia is space. God makes the space, and he calls the space heavens. Okay? Space, something where we can be in, right? You have the earth, right? And then he makes the space, and the space he calls heavens, and the birds are flying in the space, in the heavens, okay? So space and heavens are pretty much equal to each other. So we just are told what, Rakia, because people want to say that Rakia is something physical, which just doesn't make any sense if the birds are flying in the Rakia, right? These flat earthers and all that, they want to totally twist scripture out of hand and all that. But when you look into the arguments, the scriptures just totally obliterates the nonsense, The Rakia is called, the Shamayim, the heavens. So, or Ha-Shamayim. But in any case, you have like, it's in some place in regards to where you have the Rakia. I can't remember where. So it's just the same thing with the ground, right? The earth, or again, I need to find the best in regards of things, but because you have 3 different Hebrew words, and the same thing with light, right? It doesn't take the many translations doesn't take into account that the light and the light sources are 2 different words, because they just translate, there was 2 lights on the heavens, in regards to the little light and the great light. Well, the Hebrew doesn't have the same word for the light sources and the light. So there's 2 light sources, and one is in regards to the little light, and the other is the great light and all that. But so there's a lot of things that you lose when they translate. And every single, if you make a translation, you will always lose information. There's no way that you won't lose any information when you translate from one language to another language. Why is that? Well, because one language to another language might have different meanings for a word. So we'll never, the author of one language might understand that there might be different ways to interpret one single word. But when you translate it from one to another, that word might have some of the same meaning and yet have something else as well. So you will always lose some information. Now, that's not to say that you can't, fix information and translate from one language to another. It's just that you will always lose a little information. And then, of course, the question is if the guy that is translating the thing is actually honest about translating the things, or if they're trying to corrupt the scriptures and mislead, right? But it doesn't, in regards of the gospel, right? The 4 books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? Yohanan, Matthew, I guess Matthew, I think he's called in Hebrew. But the thing is, those 4 books, right? You have it in multiple languages, right? And then people will say, corruption and blah, blah, bullshit. That's just utter bullshit. You really have to corrupt those books to not have the gospel. And what is the gospel? Jesus dying for the sins of the world once and for all. That's the gospel. Do you see many versions where that isn't? You might have some minor variations here and there, but the gospel is still there. And it doesn't really matter which language it is on. Now, of course, there can be some things that have, been mistranslated or something like that. But it doesn't take away from the gospel, the good news, there's another word for it as well in regards of. So when people say, "Well, the scriptures has been corrupted," give me a break. People that say that just doesn't. Of course, that is to a point, right? But the level that some people wanna say that has been corrupt, blah blah, it is just utterly garbage. They just hear it from someone and then they promote the bullshit. They haven't done their own investigation on this, So that's absolutely. But in regards to the scriptures, right? Just the first thing here. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashemayim ve'et haaretz, right? In the beginning, ber is the prefix, Bereshit. Bara, created. That's usually translated as created. There's another word that it's used nearly pretty much interchangeable, pretty much in the Hebrew, but it might have a slight variance. But bara is usually translated as created, and then you have the other word that is usually translated as made, but they are nearly pretty much used, nearly interchangeable pretty much, but there might be some slight variations in the two. But when you see the first story, and it ends with, if I recall correctly, it ends with, God made and created. Let's see here. I'm not so good at Hebrew, so just, I'll see here. It should be in the last point. I haven't translated here, so that doesn't really help me. I have tried to get the Hebrew and practicing on that, why not do it on something that is actually, why sit with some text that I don't care with anyway? Why not just do it with the Bible, right? As a child learning, that's the best way in regards to doing as a child. So I just use and the first chapter, you can reread the first chapter over and over again, and you can learn things in regards of how the gods created the heavens and the earth. Oh yeah, by the way, the first chapter, you see a mistranslation in most Bibles, right? Most Bibles. Actually, the 2 versions that I know doesn't mistranslate it to just put in the Hebrew, and that's the scriptures and Hallelujah scriptures, and they're on the same branch of translation. So there's not much variance in them. I'm not saying that they're perfect, because there's absolutely things that I would point out as problematic. But again, you can find any translation, you can find some issues. So that's why you have the Greek and the Hebrew and the Aramaic to, if you find something, or you can go in and study further if there's a, many things are really, they're minor things, but, of course, we want to be as close to the clean water as possible, right? But it's not like to say that, if we have the Gospels, for example, and there's something that is a little problematic, well, for a Jew at least, it might not be a problem for the Gentile. The Gentile might not see any problem with it at all, because he doesn't know, he hasn't grown up as a Jew, right? But then if you actually find out, there's actually an issue here that the Jews would have a problem with, they would pick up on it, right? But then you find out the Greek has probably mistranslated it from the Aramaic. The Aramaic words in the Greek translation, right? Yeah, anyway. And there are some variants in regards to the Aramaic and the Greek, because the Aramaic doesn't tell you in regards of this means this or that or whatever, because it's already Aramaic, But it is in the Greek, in regards of pointing out what this means. So as far as I can see, the Greek was translated from the Aramaic. Now again, it doesn't really all the Hebrew, because we know that like Matthew was written in Hebrew, and why wouldn't it be written in Hebrew? We have, as far as I know, around 56 manuscripts of the Hebrew Matthew. So, which actually fixes, fixes things as well. But anyway, we can use these sources if we wanted to correct things. But of course, many of the scholars just want to, look in the Greek, which is their failure. There's so much bullshit is out there. They want to, run around with all the Greek manuscripts that have some variations here and there, instead of just looking into the Aramaic and the Hebrew and see what that says, right? And for example, if you look into the Aramaic and find out that the Aramaic can be translated into two different words, and it seems like the translator of the Greek just picked the wrong one, Again, this is just one example. But again, that specific example doesn't do much for a heathen, someone that hasn't grown up as a Jew, because we would never pick up on it, pretty much. We would really need to be further, submerged in the scriptures to figure out, there's a problem here. But a Jew might very quickly pick up on it as a problem. But anyway, so if you find, there's a problem here, we look in the Aramaic and we find, it can actually be translated to two different words, and seems like he took the wrong one, Anyway, it doesn't really, it's not a, whatever. Yeah, there's, seems like a disturbing inner vision I had yesterday, last time I slept. You have the demons reacting sometimes, and again, I haven't totally figured out if this is, because sometimes it seems like the devil want to scare me, but then other times it also seems like it's a way to show what is going on in the spiritual world in regards of this specific demon. It's interesting how some of the demons that you see in the inner side that ends up sometimes disturbing your sleep, ends up actually exposing what is going on in regards of the demonic presence that is attacking you and has the same characteristics. You can see in regards to the characteristics of the demon that, it's incredible how they actually... But I'm not entirely, I know with the Antichrist, when I began to find out that the poop was the Antichrist, I saw this inner thing where the poop, a looking thing like the poop, or, the guy in the papacy, like with glorious, and all these things and all that, clean and so forward, right? And coming at me very quickly, right? And then like a scroll, which I did not have an idea, reading things in regards of a scroll. Well, how does a scroll, this rolling scroll, but it rolled this figure. It began, the outer surface is this glorious, being, or whatever you want to call this, glorious things with, all these things on it and looking very clean and, and all that, right? And all of this, the scroll began to go like go up, like 90 degrees, no, 45 degrees, I guess. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees, right? So 45 degrees, and began to roll up like that around the figure that was presented, and underneath was death, skeleton. And further, I found some links in regards to where people depict the Jesuit soldiers as, skeletons and, death. And it is the religion of death, is the devil's religion. So I thought it was like, the devil that tried to, or was disturbed, the demons or something like that. But then again, at the same time, it was connecting that I was on the right direction, because this was at the time that I began to figure out who the Antichrist was. And so, but anyway, last night I slept. I had this figure of death show up in my inner vision, disturbing my sleep. And sometimes when you're listening, I go to sleep and listen to something, right? And I'm not entirely sure because sometimes this information is very concentrated, exposing the devil. So I'm not sure if it's like demons that tries to scare me away from listening to the information, or if it's actually a gateway, even if there's a lot of truth in it, that it actually is used by the devil to open up and attack Christians. Because, some of these sources are really, they have a lot of truth, but yet they're promoting things that is problematic. So it's not easy to figure out how it all works together. I don't know why these. You can usually throw them out in the name of Jesus or Yeshua. If you can pretty much, you don't even need to say it aloud. You can just say it in your mind. In the name of Jesus, get out. Get away. Get lost or whatever. Something of that sense, and it will get rid of the demon. But there might come another one. I remember in the beginning where there was a fierce spiritual battle in the beginning. It's not that active as it was in the beginning, when I was turning away from Satan's bullshit and all that. I had some nights where I couldn't sleep because I had one demon after another showing up in my inner vision. Finally, in some sense, they didn't come as beautiful beings and all that, and as higher self or spiritual guides or God self and all that. No, they were showing themselves as they were, and attacking me. And some tried to get me back, and some just were viciously angry, and yeah. So you get into a spiritual battle for sure. I have no idea why when Christians says, oh, you become a Christian, right? Don't worry about anything now. Nothing will, just relax. That must be of the devil that is saying that. Are you kidding me? Haven't you heard the warning? I think Peter warns about that as well, right? Peter says, the devil, also, of course, the master is warning about the devil on so many levels. That he will come and do whatever he can, whatever, if something doesn't work, he will try something else and something else and something else, right? He will do anything on every single level to try to, to get you back or destroy you or whatever and all that. And in some sense, in regards of killing you, there's a good chance that he might succeed, because we're called to go with Jesus, right? And, we might be killed for standing for the truth. So, people like beam me up, Scotty, and all that nonsense. I really shouldn't use that phrase, but because it has something to do with another pagan satanic series of the devil in regards to Star Trek. But I saw a lot of Star Trek in my past. So yeah. Someone says it's row, not Rome, bro. You gotta be kidding me. Well, I should, it's in regards to Rome, 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 your boat down the bloody stream. And apparently someone didn't understand that, apparently. It's row. I was like, okay, give me a break, Anyway, so I'm not entirely, I guess the devil tries to scare you on so many levels. And of course, a lot of people don't want to help you any longer, and health issues and all that. And you are taken down more and more. And that's just how it is, right? You find out the whole world is just in the hands of the devil these days, Well, I guess it's no one wants the truth anymore. Very, very, very few people wants the truth. It's very disturbing, but that's the way it is. It's very sad to see. But yeah, I was doing this yesterday. Barashit, a little more of this. I think the first sentence is pretty much done. In the beginning, the gods created the heavens and the earth. Right there. There's only 2 English translations that I know are actually, and they just fix the Hebrew instead of the English. They don't dare to actually. There's no translation that dares to do what I have done this time here in this translation. Of course, this is just, and hopefully someone will maybe pick up on it, and maybe someone will then further. If someone, and there's no copyright on the things that I do, I just, if someone would pick up on it and think, oh, that's actually true, it's actually plural, and they actually would take, that would be fine. Because copyright is of the devil. We just want to get closer to the truth, right? So, and the name of God, of course, should also be in it when it's there, right? It's just disgusting when people just, don't put the name of God in there. It's just, it's disgusting. But there's a lot of work, and still, again, I did this yesterday in the Sabbath, a lot of the things that I did, and I'm thinking, is this okay to do it in the Sabbath? Because it is about the Bible, right? But it's still, if I'm going to say, it's still some kind of work, right? It's not work like, that I would usually do in regards of living and all that, although I don't work, but well, at least not in regards to the sense of standard. But this wouldn't be something that you would usually do as a work, right? This would be but I'm not sure if this would be counted as okay or not to do. But yeah, I did some of it yesterday, and because it's like, you're doing things, you're looking at scripture, and you're learning Hebrew, a little Hebrew, you're familiarizing yourself with more Hebrew. I'm really on a newbie level of Hebrew, but a little there and a little, who knows, It's interesting that I haven't really gone further in regards of Hebrew than I have, but as long as you do something with it and use it a little here and a little there, then you grow little by little, right? But I try to get I still have a lot of work on that, or a lot of I don't know what else to call it, but not in the sense of work but work just in regards of fixing how to say it right, Vayoma, for example, Vayoma, wait, seems to be wrong here. Why have I said Vayomer Elohim? No, that should probably be Vayomer Elohim, not Ve. I'm not sure why I put way in that. That's a mistake. There's no way, as far as I can see. That's a wa. Yomer Elohim na'asa Adam besalmenu kitmotenu vayirdu v'yagad hayam. But again, there might be some issues that still need to be fixed. Well, probably, most likely. I'm not. Some of them are fixed further than others. So this is pretty much the first chapter. it ends with 2-3. I have no, you can also see it in the ESV. They seem to have understood that the chapter doesn't end at that point. So the ESV seem to also agree on that. Those scholars, whatever you want to call them, they also seem to have put a little small 2 at the end of 2-3 in the book. It's just, they just took the 7th day and just threw it out. I haven't, who would have done that in regards to fixing chapters? And of course the chapters, divisions and all that was inserted into the Bible, and a good amount of time it just doesn't help the reader at all. It actually makes issues. Because everyone that reads a book usually knows that if a chapter stops, it stops, right? That's how you read it, and that's how you learned it in the Western world. The chapter stops, and you in your brain, or you fix a division, right? But you shouldn't do that when you read the Bible, because there might actually not be a division. So yeah. So that's just something to take. It looks pretty good. It's moving forward for sure. But then you get already in the second sentence. I'm not entirely sure to totally translate some of it, and I would need to dig into further how some of the words are being used other places and all that, to maybe get a further idea in regards to how to best translate the second one. But I think the first one is pretty good. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. That's where some totally crazy people are putting into a gap and all that. Just give me a break, with the bullshit. It starts out saying, in the beginning the gods created, the heavens and the earth. And the heavens is plural, Elohim is plural. So you have 2 plural terms, and yet some translations there to translate the heavens into a plural term, but still doesn't do it with the gods. Again, there's 2 English versions of the Bible that actually puts in the name of God, and actually also put Elohim when it's there. So the user at least knows that this is actually Elohim in regards of a plural term. So if you can then insert, you can just, read it as the gods, But yeah, so I was just toying around a little with that. I'll see if there's anyone on the chat. But yeah, it's the first day. It's Jom Echad. I think it's called Jom Echad, right? You say Yom Tov, Jom Echad. I think that's pretty good, So it's Jom Echad. It's the first day of the week. So, yeah, there's still a lot of things to sort out, and it's not that easy to do it on the mobile, but it's workable. It takes a little time, so it's always good to work with the Hebrew and I don't know if that actually changes the thing in regards of when you see it on the screen. Let's see here. Nope, it didn't seem to do anything in regards of. It's only for me in regards of changing the colors as far as I could see. Yeah, I still have a lot of things to do on how to pronounce the Hebrew. And really, if I can just fix the first chapter of the book of the Bible, that will be wonderful, Of course, it would also be nice to further go on, but I don't think I should set any goals of translating the whole Bible at all, because that will take way too long, and it goes way too slow for me to make any. So, and I guess it's not really totally necessary either. Of course, as long as we know the truth, and yeah, well, anyway. But it would be nice if we can get this done and just collect it together in a page of the first chapter of the Bible, and see if how that works out. Because of course it's, in our days people don't know the creation story. 82% of the Danish people believe in evolution. They don't know how the creation was created. So I guess a lot of people don't want to know either. Now I have Peri or Se Peri le Minum. Well, I guess I also have. Let's see here. Well, I have my computer. If I could, I don't have the Bible program as of yet, because I do have it maybe on the. I've had a lot of issues in regards to things with virus and all that. It seems like I've copied all the files over to this. Let's see here. Great. I was having a hard drive with a lot of my stuff that hasn't been well, backup, but it's an older backup. But at least I have most of my things. Well, not most of my. I have some of my things. Let's say it like that. So I was just trying to copy all the files over, then I could sort it out on the computer. But of course, it takes a long time because all these old things it takes a long time to move things back and forward and all that. Great, we can delete this one. And you have the usual issues as usual. So yeah, it's not you can't remember everything, so you have to concentrate things down and just tell the truth to the world as to the best of your ability. Yeah, I should begin to fast or something like that. I really need to lose some kilos. Yeah, I should have a version of the Bible that helps on some of the things. I have different help tools to further help me on how how to fix things and all that. Of course, there's also in regards of if I could make a version like this that I can work on in some sense, that would also be pretty cool. It's and fix it like I want it, but maybe that's not actually what I actually want in some sense, because I'm not going word for word in some sense. I'm just correcting and trying to make it as good English or Danish to read it like and get the understanding of it. So, because if you're going to word for word and all that, that's not all. That's when you go for a Hebrew language, right, and go into English or Danish, there's different ways to. You need to like swap the words different places to make it grammatical work. One of the places, for example, that I have from yesterday was in regards of the English, right? You need to have. Let's see here. One of the places you need to have one word before, and in Danish you don't need to, to make it sound like. I can't remember where it is, but it's so you have some variances in regards of different languages that you need to what do you call it, sort out. Because again, if you just like the ESV, right? If you just take it word for word and put every single word in the Hebrew, like, and write it in Danish or English, you will need to sort out the the puzzle pieces to get the right grammatical way in other languages. So yeah. So that's how it is. Well, So it would be nice if I could just finish all of the text, how to pronounce things. I think I got pretty good on that. Vayhi erev, vayhi voka, yom shelishi, right? You know, it's written pretty good, you know. Vayoma, and we have that Vayoma, but that was 26, where I think I made a mistake here. See here, 26. Yeah, Vayoma, no, Vayoma. Vayoma, I'll need to check if, of course, in regards to when he reads it, but I think it's exactly the same as the, you know, Vayoma, it's not V, at least not here. Apparently I'm not finished with the writing here. I'm at the Hashemayim. See if we can find Hashemayim. Here we have Hashemayim there. And we have Uvap. And that's the question, right? You have the Sheva. And the question is it Uva Hema, or is it Uvap Hema? You know, you can, you know, it might be two different ways. Maybe a syllable more or a syllable less, because the Shiva, you know, sometimes the Shiva stops something, and sometimes it's used as a syllable. So we have Uv Rol Haaretz, Uv Rol Haremesh, Ha Ro Mes, Al Haaretz. Okay. But we still have some problems in regards of how to totally fix that and all that. So it's not easy on the mobile. It would be nice if you actually had like one sentence and another sentence, but that's not much room on the mobile. And then of course you have the problems of, you know, Shemayim, Uv, Hema, or something like that. Uv. Okay, it's 126, but that might not even be right, because he's making mistakes, it seems, as well in this version. It's not a perfect version, doesn't need to be, of course, you know, it's free, you know, but there's absolutely some issues here and there. So I'm trying to talk to, I guess, the main guy in regard to the module. He didn't really seem to, yeah, he not too helpful on things. I just, you know, in regards to the name of God, I think you should put the name of God, right? And he didn't like that, apparently. And here's Vayomer Elohim Naaseh Adam Besalmenu Kitmutenu. We have the T, but he's like T-E, but it's like the T. Tenu ve'yirdu vidgad hayam uve'of hashamayim uvabeha. Now here we go. Uvabeheme. Uvabehema. Uverol haaretz uverol haremes haromes al haaretz. So I love this module. It's really been a very nice module to have. So no complaining on that. But there are some issues, you know, here and there. So, and it says, and God, well, and the gods, you know, it's plural. Of course, in Danish, you don't need the, but you do need it in English to make sense of plural. You can also say himlene in Danish, but in English you need to say the heavens, right? Pretty much. At least you need to, the heavens. But in Danish it's just one word, himlene. So that's less of an issue. And of course in the Hebrew that's... Anyway, so Vayomer Elohim Naaseh Adam Besalmenu, yeah, that's the menu instead of Kitmutenu. We have the te, te, you know, Bisalmenu, Kitmutenu, Ve'yirdu vidgad Hayam uve'of hashamayim. There we go. And in the Hebrew, it's hash. Shamayim is in regards of a prefix, the heavens, here as well. So I guess that would fit okay in some sense with the English at this point, at least. Uva behema, and I don't know if this is uva behema, if this is in regards of totally correct, but uverol haaretz, uverol haremes, haromes al haaretz. So, you're sitting and reading, right, the scriptures, and you're getting so you're reading a little Hebrew, and it's the scriptures, and it's a win-win situation, right? Vayomer Elohim na'aseh Adam besalmenu kitmutenu veyedu vidgad hayam uve'of hashamayim uva behema hema uverol haaretz uverol haremes haromes al haaretz. But anyway, you get some practice of the Hebrew, and again, there might be some slight variance as well in the Hebrew manuscripts as well. But anyway, that's another thing, right? But overall, you still, there can be some small variances here and there, but overall, it doesn't take away the whole foundational thing of it, And when Mohammedans and others wants to make the scriptures totally corrupted, it's just totally bullshit, okay? And we have so many manuscripts. We have the Aramaic, that's the ancient Aramaic, the Greek. We have the Hebrew, which I'm in at the moment. And we have the Latin as well, Tyndale, translated from the Latin. Wycliffe translated from the Latin. So this version of his is from the Latin. We also have Wycliffe Modern, where it's a little easier to read compared to, they're taking the old English and made it into New English. But that would, of course, be like a translation from the Latin, so you don't need to be able to, understand Latin. This is a translation from the Latin. But, of course, we also have the Latin. I'm not sure if I have that. It should be there someplace. Vulgate, this is the Latin. In principio creavit Deus caelum et terram. Terra autem erat anis et vacua et tenebra superficie, whatever. Latin, whatever, I'm not here, whatever. But if just one wants to have like a translation of the Latin or thing from the Latin, you can go with the Wycliffe Bible. So you already have here, that's 4 testimonies, right? You have the Hebrew, the Aramaic, the Greek, and a Latin, and all the rest, of course. But so you have 4 witnesses. So if you ever find an issue, you can always look into the others and try to seek out what you can figure out, So, anyway, have the Geneva Bible, the King James Version. Anyway, lots of versions. Lots of good stuff. I don't know if the Aramaic in regards to this has been, if they're still working on it or something like that. They were translating the whole Aramaic. Now, of course, I do have another Aramaic module, which have both the Old Testament and the New Testament, and some of the others in Aramaic, and you can actually look in every single word as well and all that. But it's kind of slow on the mobile. Anyway, let's get back to this. There we go. But yeah, not, I don't know, in regards to these extra tits and dots and all that, I really don't like that either. That's in regards to musical notes, as I understand it, which doesn't have anything to do in regards to how you pronounce the word. So when you have all these extra symbols in the text, it doesn't help it for new beginners in Hebrew, and it's not necessary either. So why they, we have another version, which is the only reason why I have that version. This one is because it doesn't have these other tits and dots and all that. It only has the grammatical, Bereshit, bara Elohim et hashemayim ve'et haaretz. It only has those nikudims, or nikudim. That's already plural, nikudim. If I guess nikuds in English. Nikuds, in regards to these dots, which you see, different places, you don't have the music notes or notations on it, which is added to the other text. And apparently I talked to him, and he said that they saw it as an upgrade. An upgrade? Are you kidding me? Give me a break. It doesn't make it easier for people, because who uses them? Well, very few, I would think, uses these other. So if you're just trying to try to read some Hebrew, right? You don't need to have further nonsense. Also, in regards to the ending, there are 5 Hebrew letters that changes form when they are at the end, instead of just being the same. This is not, if you look in other kind of Hebrew lettering and all that, as far as I know, they don't have any ending letters. The letters are the same, whether they are at the end or not. So this was added in regard to this square script, which is said to be coming from the Aramaic, if I recall correctly. But whatever the case, the other ways of writing Hebrew in regards to letters, well, you just change it's still the same letter, it just changes. But as far as I recall, there's not these differences. This is something that was added with this script. Like this one is harosech. So, but it looks differently. If you find it, yeah, here you go. This letter. This letter is the same as this. These two are the same letters. So I'll just see if I can do like this. Those two letters are the same, but they look different, right? So you just have to sort that out, and it doesn't make it easy, of course, but that's and it's not necessary. I don't see any necessity to change. This is one of those letters again. They're called something which I can't remember. They're called something special. These kind of special kind of letters that does it. But I sadly deleted that other application where I thought I was good enough for the letters now and all that, so I didn't need it. And they put in this spyware feature and all that, and I was like, okay, we'll dump it. So many of the applications that you find on Android have spying on, in the applications. They just totally collect your data on so many levels. It's so disgusting. If you go into and look in regards to tracker control, I've removed a lot of the applications which have it, but as you can see, some of them you can't, the browser, of course, you go into websites and all that. That's pretty much the websites that have all this tracking nonsense, right? But many of the applications have some kind of disgusting filth in them, and it's disgusting. Accordance, I got the Aramaic thing and the accordance thing, but yeah, things are slow, and it's only getting slow on my mobile. So that's how it is. It's an old mobile, but yeah, that's how it is. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I've pretty much have copied all the files over, it seems, and okay, let's copy, and copy them back to the disk, so I still have a backup of it. But I couldn't figure out in regards of copying all the files to the hard drive, and had some issues in regards of long file names and all that. But yeah, So, and you also need to fix this Bible application as well, so I can use the computer maybe a little, at least when I have, when I have it at least. Oh well. Anyway, so I think the first one is pretty much done. But then again, I already got into problems in regards to 1, 2, in regards to totally how to be totally correct. And the earth were empty and desolate, right? Already there I have some things in regards to the Hebrew words I need to look up. And the darkness was over, I don't know why the darkness. And darkness was over the, probably doesn't need the, but let's see here. Vehaaretz, that's in regards to the earth. And the earth, pretty much literally, you have Vehaaretz. Ve is a prefix, ha is a prefix, and aretz is in regards to the earth or land. Again, that's a good question actually in regards to how I would So that's already used in regards to, okay, Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. So that's the earth, right? The earth. That what should probably be the earth, right? Because it is the whole earth, well, the gods created the heavens and the earth. Well, I've used earth in regards, and of course we want to try to use the same word every single time in regards to Hebrew, right? If we have a word that is the same, we don't want to go into loony land, as many translators, and translated one single Hebrew word into a multitude of different English words. It's just insanity, because you can't. And then you sometimes, when they do that, they end up making the same words on different Hebrew words. So the Hebrew word might be different, and yet the English translation might be the same, connecting two different Hebrew words instead of which you wouldn't normally do in the Hebrew, right? It's just, you have to be careful. This is a thing that is kind of an issue. Like people that run the King James Version only and stand on the King James Bible, and they, instead of going back to where it was translated from, they tend to go with the King James Version and correct the Hebrew with the King James. That's not the way to go, okay? If the King James Version was translated from the Hebrew, you kind of, don't, oh, well, anyway. Of course, there could be some things because the translators took maybe other things into consideration, right? So that might be something that actually is maybe wrong in the maybe right in the King James Version, which is not right in the Masoretic text, because that might have been a thing that they knew in regards of other. But overall, it's just kind of nonsense to totally, if there's anything we corrected with the King James. What? The King James took the name of God out of the Bible around 6,000 times, it's like, and you're telling me that we should correct the, oh, give me a break. That, of course, is not good. Let's see if I can find something to... do I have like a pen that I can use? There we go, that's a pen for the mobile. It's just easier with a pen. Okay, so let's see here. So of course I've translated that to earth. So if that's what I've done in regards to the earth and the gods created the heavens and the land. No, that's because we have three different words in Hebrew. And you have the, I guess maybe soil as well, maybe the soil now, the dry ground, naming it land, right? At some point he names it something, and I think he actually names it haaretz. So the dry land that comes up, right? He names land. So maybe I actually need to maybe I have to be careful in regards to the earth. But of course it makes sense in regards to the old term, but as. But anyway. והארץ הייתה תוהו ובוהו וחושך. על פני תהום ורוח Elohim. So the spirit of the gods. This is actually one of the first places where you have, you have the plurality of God already there. The spirit of the gods, Elohim plural, right? Merarefet al pene hamayim. So, and the earth were empty and desolate, and the darkness was over the faces, surface, faces, I guess, faces, pene, actually in the Hebrew, of the deep, and the spirit of the gods was hovering or moving upon the surface of the waters. I'm not entirely sure how to totally sort that out best in regards of, והארץ הייתה תוהו ובוהו וחושך על פני hat. So, some of these words I would need to search out in the Bible, see where they're used other places, and get an idea. Usually you can get an idea, and if not, you can further dig into the Greek, how they translated it, the Aramaic, and Latin, whatever, different sources, and see and get. Usually you can get a pretty good understanding. It takes a lot of time, but it's something you can do to get further insight in the words' meaning. And of course, you also have concordance that you can use. But yeah, anyway, you have to be careful, right? But at some point, you usually, if you give it enough time, you can get a pretty good idea. Vayoma Elohim Yehi Or, Vayhi Or, in regards to the light, right? And the God said, let there be light, and there was light. So here we see the word Or in regards of light. But later on, in regards of light sources on the heavens, is a different Hebrew word. Now, of course, there's difference in regards of light and a light source, right? But translators doesn't seem to have differentiated that. But anyway. So Vaya Elohim et ha'or kitov vayavdel bein ha'or uvein ha'rosech. Let's see if that's Vaya Elohim et ha'or kitov vayavdel Elohim bein ha'or uvein ha'rosech. And the God saw the light was good, and they parted the light from the darkness. And the God saw that the light was good, and they parted the light from the darkness. Okay. And that they saw that the light was good, and they parted. That was pretty. I think it's pretty good. And they parted the light from the darkness. Yep. Let's see here. And the gods called the light day, and darkness they called night. Sounds pretty good as well. In regards of English understanding, I have a little difficulty in regards of. I'm missing something in the English. I can see. In regards of it being a diva aften, and it was evening, and it was morning the first day. I need to fix that. I don't know why I thought I had that in regards to the first day. And the gods called the light day, and darkness they called night. And we have let's see here. Vayikra Elohim leor yom velachsech kara laila, in regards of night. And then it goes Vayhi erev, Vayhi voka, Jom Echad. Okay, Vayhi erev, Vayhi, and it was. Okay. And night. And it was evening. Also interesting when you see in the Hebrew, we go evening and morning, evening and morning, evening and morning, evening and morning, right? But then when we go into a next place, I think it's chapter 2 already. I'm not entirely sure, or maybe it's a little later, but still in the beginning book of Moses, pretty much. We see morning and evening, if I recall correctly, instead of evening and morning, and it's just Oh yeah, I think it's actually in regard to the rain. 40 days rain and 40 nights, or maybe it's actually say day and night. So then we don't have like we have days and nights or something like that. It's in regards of Noah, in regards of the flood and all that. But you can get, some of the things that you hit into of issues in the translations in Danish or English is sorted out in the Hebrew. Now, of course, not everything, but some of the things where people end up, you can actually just go to the Hebrew, and if you begin to understand a little more, you can see, this doesn't seem to add up or something like that just by reading the Hebrew. It's a great blessing to know Hebrew. Think about all those people that grow up with Hebrew. Anyway, let's see here, and knows it. They have no. I guess many of them have no idea what great blessing they have been gifted with. To be able to read Hebrew. You can read the scriptures in the original language. You don't. It's just absolutely amazing. Anyway, let's see. Vahi ere, vahi voka. Okay, so, and it was evening, and it was morning. Morning, the first day. First day. Yep. Jom Echad. There we go. Jom Echad. So this is the Jom Echad, Vayhi Voka, Vayhi Erev, and it was, or it, I don't know if there's a better way to say it, and it was evening, and it was morning in English. I think in English it probably is the, and it was, and it was evening, and it was morning. I don't think is there any different way you could say it in English? But I know in Danish there is at least two options where I'm like confused in regards to which option should I use. Which option is actually best from the Hebrew's understanding? I'm not entirely sure. So and the gods called the light day, and darkness they called night, and it was evening and it was morning the first day. Yeah, and I don't know, probably should, and it was evening and it was morning. A comma probably would be actually a good idea to put there. And it was evening and it was morning the first day. Now, of course, I know the Hebrew doesn't have a comma, but and you really have to be careful about commas and some of the translations when they put things in. You just think, how in the world could they ever imagine to put a thing like that just right in the middle of the prophecy? For example, you have the 70 weeks of Daniel and all that, and you just put in the Danish version, in the modern version of 1992, you just put stop the whole prophecy in the middle with a what do you call it, punctum. What is that called in English? Let's see, a punctum. I have a hard time every single time to sort that out. Let's see here if I can find it. Punctum, punctum, punctum. What is that? Punctum? Can't even write punctum. Punctum. I think I've written it correctly. Maybe not. I'll see in the Danish if that's not the right way to write it. Punctum. Okay, apparently I can't even write punctum. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a U. Okay, punctum. Okay. Okay. Punctum. Okay. Punctum. Okay. Punctum. Oh, it's like, just sounds like an O. Punctum. Punctum. Oh, punctum. Right? Punctum. Doesn't sound like punctum. Punctum. Doesn't sound like punctum. It sounds some punctum. Anyway, that's how I say it anyway. It was like a dot. Okay. Do you call it dot in English? I guess you do. a dot. So sometimes they put this sentence dot, like totally, in a mad place. Oh, well, anyway, let's go back to it here. So, and the gods called the light day, and the darkness they called night, and it was evening and it was morning the first day. Yep. So Vayhi Erev, Vayhi Voka, Jom Echad, right? Vayhi, and it was. I guess I might. Vayhi, and it was, right? Vayhi is nearly like. As in regards of. Yay. I can't remember all these. Oh, well, let's see here. That was the first day. Vayikra, Laila, Kara, Laila, Vayhi Erev, Vayhi Voga. Let's see here, Vayhi. Haya, to be, yeah, and it was, it came to pass. How would you say that? And came to pass evening and morning. Yeah, I guess you could say maybe it came to pass evening and morning, but in Hebrew it of course says it would be it came to pass. Happen, fall out, and it was to happen, fall out, occur, to come into being, to be, to be, to exist in existence, and it was evening and it was morning. Well, that was what it was, right? But then again, in the Danish, I'm not sure det var aften og det var morning, right? Or morgen. Og der var morgen, og der var aften, and it was. Og der var, and it was. I'm not entirely sure which way, is the better one in Danish. There's two options, I think, as far as I can see. And of course, there's one that is less natural than the other in regards of day-to-day language. But then again, which one is actually closer to the truth, right? It's like, og der var aften, og der var morgen, og der var, and der var, and it was morning. In English, I guess you just have at least just one, as far as I can see. Maybe there's a synonym for was, that was, and it was, no, but it's really was. I can only find was. And it was evening and it was morning, right? But in Danish you have, and og der var, okay, og det var, let's see here, der var aften, so like, og det var aften, men det var aften, og det var aften. Det var aften is in regards to, like, you would say, det var aften, if you talk about someone, right, and det var aften, right, it was evening, right, it was evening in English. So let's say the guy took his car to drive out or drive to California, and it was evening when he did it, or something like that, to drive to his girlfriend or whatever, and it was evening, right? It was evening, but in og det var aften, you would use probably det var aften og det var aften, right? So en mand, han kørte til sin kæreste, og det var aften. Det var ikke der var aften, men der var, in regards of there in Danish is like there in regards of there was, right? There, whereas det was is just pointing out that det var aften, that it was. It's really hard because there's a variation in those two in Danish, and it's just it's not easy for me to really, which one should. Så jeg siger, det var en lørdag aften, so that they're using det var en lørdag aften, like det is used if in regards of det var en lørdag aften is like if it was a day, right? It was a day in the past, right? It was in the middle of the week or something like that. That is where you would use det. But in regards of der var en gang, there was, der var en gang, og der var mørke, like there was, and again they use the was in English. There was darkness, right? That in Danish you could say der var mørke. You could also say det var mørke. No, 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 det går ikke. Det var mørkt. Det var mørkt, og der var mørke, og der var koldt. It was cold, they were cold. That it was cold, der var koldt. Det var koldt. So der var koldt, og det var koldt. But you use it still a difference, Der var koldt, ligesom like in the past, right? Der var koldt. There was cold in the room, der var koldt i rummet. Det var koldt i rummet. Der var koldt i rummet. You could say the both. It's you can pretty much say both things. Der var koldt i rummet. Det var koldt. And you want to say det var koldt. Der var koldt. So der var koldt. Der var koldt. Det var koldt. Der var koldt. Det var koldt. Yeah, det var koldt. Both of them is pretty much. Isn't that the same? It's pretty much the same. Det var aften. Oh, I have one Danish guy. I guess I maybe can. It's like hjælp mig lige. Let's see if we can find her. Okay, I guess most Danish translations probably use det and not der. But then again, I'm not entirely sure. I'm still not, in regards to entirely sure what would be biblical most correct. So, anyway, okay, I need to take a break. I guess I can just put it on pause. I need to throw a poop in the toilet. So I'll just take a break here, and I'll be back in, well, when I'm back. Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to sort out, when you say in Danish there was, upon a time, right? There was upon a time. I guess that's just in English, right? Der var engang. There was upon a time. But there we go with the English, right? There was upon a time, right? There once was upon a time, or something like that. Let's see if we can get the English to help me on that. There was upon a time. Der var engang. That's more equal to the Danish, I guess. There was upon a time, or something like that. Upon a time, right? That would be equal to. There was once upon a time. There was once upon a time. But then you still use was, right? There was once upon. But that's more in regards of der, in Danish der. Der var engang, that's pretty much. Der var engang. There was once upon a time, but in English you still like der var. Der var engang langt for det var der var engang something of that, Der var engang. Der var engang, something, right? Der var engang. Der var engang en dejlig kedel. Hvad for noget? En dejlig kedel. Okay. Der var engang. That's in regards of there was, right? But the question is, of course, how is the Hebrew to be understood in regards of was it like there var evening and there var morning, in regards of, was it something that is saying that it was, right? That it turned, right? There was evening and there was morning the first day, right? It was both of these things, right? Og der var, og det var morgen, og det var aften. Først var det morgen, right? And then it was aften, but like, der var morgen, og der var aften. Og deraf den første dag, right? So it's I'm really having a difficulty, because det var morgen, men det var morgen, men det var ikke morgen i den forstand, at det var morgen nu jo, men det siger man, well, that's what you say, right? Det, in regards at det var morgen, hvis jeg snakker, det var morgen. Jeg var ude og lave en kop kaffe, og det var morgen, right? Jeg siger ikke, der var morgen, jeg siger, det var morgen. Det var morgen. Og så kom aften, og så lavede jeg en kop kaffe om aftenen. Ja, det var morgen. Og så jeg lavede en kop kaffe, det var aften. Det var morgen. Først, så det var morgen, og det var aften. Så først var det morgen, og det var, men der var morgen, og der var aften. Så der var morgen, og der var aften. Like, it has to be like, there was, right? It was, right? First there was morning, and then there was evening. No, sorry. First there was evening, and then there was morning, right? The first day. So these were, was, Det var engang. Det er koldt. Der er koldt. It's like, det er koldt is now, right? Det er koldt. Hvis jeg siger, det er koldt, then it's now, it's cold, right? Der er koldt. It's like saying, der er koldt, it's still, that's cold. So both of them is like saying, it's cold, right? But it's two different words, and I like, But det er, and der, det var engang. Det var engang. Der var engang. Det er engang. Det er fortid. Det var fortid. Again, it has different, it has different ways. Der var morgen, og der var aften. There was evening, right? Der var evening. There was. So there was the evening, right? There was the evening, and there was the morning the first day. And you would also say it was. No, you still use the was in English. It was evening and it was morning. Well, I guess it's the same, right? It's just the same. Oh my. Der var morgen. Der var aften, og der var morgen. Og der var, og det var morgen. Men det er jo ikke, hvis det er noget, der er. Det var morgen, og det var aften den første dag. Der var morgen, og der var aften den første dag. Right? Because if det er morgen, det er aften, det var aften. Again, var aften, you already have the var. Det var aften, og det var morgen, og der var aften, og der var morgen. Okay, så siger jeg, der var aften, og der var morgen. Eller det var aften, og det var morgen. And the problem is that der var aften. Okay, der var aften, så der var en aften, ikke? Altså ligesom der var en aften, der var aften, og der var morgen. Det var aften, og det var morgen. Så det var aften, og det var morgen. Oh my. I really have difficulty with this in the Danish. It's just der var engang, when you use der var engang, again you use it usually like in the past, right? Der var engang. There was a long time ago. There was a long time ago, or something like that. There was long a time ago. There we go with the was again. There long time ago. Again, there was, a long time ago. You wouldn't use that is, right? There was once upon a time, right? So, der var morgen, der var morgen, og der var aften, og der var morgen. Og det var aften, og det var morgen. Men det er like, det var aften, og det var morgen. Det var aften, og det var morgen, og der var aften, og der var morgen. It's like if you use the der var, if you're using there, it's like it was, there was evening, right? It's like in the past, right? There was and it's over, right? And there was morning and it's over, right? If I say det var morgen, so it's like it was. Again, in English, it's just the same. Det var. It's like it was. It was. It's still past. I don't know. That's a really hard one to sort out. I think I lost the internet. It seems like my battery ran out in regards of for the help. Oh my. Let's see here. I'm not getting much juice from the power cells. Let's turn it on. See if it can turn a little on in regards of power. Anyway, let's get some carrots. Yeah, it's a hard one. You know, again, if you said one way or the other way, it doesn't really, you know, both ways work. But let's take a Danish Bible here. I have one upstairs as well. Now, glass in my feet. Doesn't make it more enjoyable for sure when you have glass in your feet. Oh no, I didn't need, I already have it over here. That was the wrong one. Is this the first one? Let's see here. Alright, yeah, okay. Is this the first? I think it is. There we go. Let's see how they do it. Mom. Ja, just using, det blev aften, og det blev morgen. Og der var, og det blev, this is like more like it was evening, right, and it was morning. Og det blev, og der, you know, when I put it differently, that is, I would have said det var, but they use blev. And they further make issues for me, I think. And det blev, both of them, it's like old and new. Yeah, it didn't really help me. Would be nice if I had the application so I could just search in regard to the word. Well, I guess I can always change it, right? But it's 6 times at least that the thing is found. Let's see. That's the problem again. Just copy or something. 1961, right? So let's see if we can figure out. You know, it's a long time since I've used it. Let's see if we can. And apparently, it's not registered. Apparently, we need the versions of Yehi. Right, yeah. Let there be, right? Let there be. Oh, here we go. I don't know if we can search on this and find the places. Alright. And further going out the how is it going on the internet here? It's still turning on. And it was so. And it was. It was so. Og det var så. Og det var så. Ja. Og således var det. Men igen, hvis man skal prøve. Var he, okay. And it was so. I have to be careful in regards to the direction here. In regards of, I think it takes it actually from. I'm not entirely sure. It there seemed to be a dot, right? There seemed to be the end, so I'm not sure how it totally. Well, I know that was something in regards of where it does it the wrong way. Oh, I guess maybe it still does it this way. Okay. I guess the other one does it. Okay. Anyway, oh no. Oh, stop. Give me a break. Yeah, it's like a huge puzzle piece to fix things together, and Vayoma Elohim is in the first one in regards of, and there was light, there var lys, der var lys, right? There was light, right? Der var lys. I think that's like, and there var, right? Vayhi, der var lys, der var morgen, der var, okay. That was pretty much there. It was Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shemayim ve'et ha'aretz. Yeah, and then we go in regards of number 3, right? Og guderne sagde, lad der være lys, og der var lys. Okay, når siger, we have Yehi or Vayhi. So here we go, have Vayhi. Og der var lys, og der var lys, og der var morgen, og der var, yeah. I guess you could still, a variant of the Danish in, but der var, og det var lys. Nej, you wouldn't say det var lys. Nej, you would say der var lys. So at least in this instance, Vayoma Elohim Yehi, which is another variant of, and there was. I guess this is probably I think the vav might be a prefix to, you have Yehi up here, right? To be Yehi. Vayoma Elohim Yehi, or let there be, yeah, let there be, and there was, in regards to the Vayhi, there was, there var morgen, there var aften, og der var morgen. I need to, you usually think in regards to morgen and aften, but, of course in the Bible it's evening and morning. Og der var morgen, og der var aften. We will do that, I think. We'll take that. I think will probably be the best. So let's do that. It seemed, I guess I could further dig into it, but already this seems to be convincing to me, at least for now. Vayomer Elohim Yehi, or Vayhi, or, right? And there was light, der var lys, and you wouldn't say det var lys, no, der var lys, yeah. Vayhi, der var lys, der var aften, og der var morgen. Yep, det var ikke noget med, at det var aften, og det var morgen. Nej, der var aften, og der var morgen. Yes, okay, so we have that. Let's see here. Okay, og se lidt lys, og det er lys, okay, og der var, lad os se her. Det var et, I don't know. Okay, there we go. Should be up here. Oh, kaldte de nat. I was eating in the morning the first day. Hadn't I fixed the... Oh, here we go. Okay. Og der var aften, og der var morgen. Oh no, where did it go? Og der var aften, og der var morgen. There we go. I think that's the most correct way. Og der var morgen. There we go. And I'll just put a comma in here if I can do that. If it wanna give me the keyboard, I'll just fix a comma here, just to have. Og der var aften, and it was evening, and it was morning. Yeah. Og der var aften, og der var morgen den første dag. Well, at least have some kind of division here. Okay, og guderne kaldte lyset for dag, og mørket kaldte de nat. Og der var aften, og der var morgen den første dag. Og der var aften, og der var morgen den første dag. Yep. At least, and of course we can further look into it in the... I was like, at least at this instant, it couldn't be, not to say that you couldn't use the other one. At least these two Danish translations I've seen uses, and they put something else in regards of. But in regards to this, Vayomer Elohim Yehi or Vayhi or, and there was, and der var lys, right? That's how you would say it in Danish, at least. So at this instant, you wouldn't use det, you would use der. Vayikra Elohim la'or yom ve'la'chosech kara laila vayhi erev vayhi voga. The same word, vayhi, right? Vayhi, same word, vayhi, both of them. And there was, both in the English, there was, and so der var aften, og der var morgen. If we also want to be consistent, right? Try to be as consistent throughout, the translation. Voga Jom Echad. Yep, Jom Echad. Vaya'as Elohim et harakia. And we go with the rakia. Space, extended surface, solid expanse. And again, the problem with the solid thing is that the birds are flying in the firmament, which is rakia, is usually in English is translated to firmament. But there are other places where you also have rakia, and as far as I can see, it's space. It's space, So they might say things in regards to the Strongs and the concordance and all that, but look at the text. Look at the text when they're using it. If the rakia would be solid, as it talks about here, well, how can the birds fly in the solid, right? It doesn't make any sense, So that's of course nonsense. You see other places, just in the first chapter, that the birds are flying in the rakia. Well, if the birds are flying in the rakia, it's clearly not solid. And of course the rakia is called what? Heavens. It's not like the rakia is not the heavens. It's synonymous to the heavens. It's what God is calling it. And most people know that the heavens is not solid, right? Anyway, it's just nonsense, So, of course, we know there's a lot of Roman agents amongst those scholars educated at Jesuit places, the children of the devil that works for Satan. So, anyway, that's incredible. So let's see, Vayikra and called God. So the gods called La Rakia to the firmament, in regards of La being a prefix, usually a to, but that doesn't always work in regards of English and Danish and all that. When you have the prefixes and all that, if you would write it literally from the Hebrew into English and Danish, sometimes it would just doesn't work. And the same thing with when you're placing different words, it doesn't, if you just took it literally, you would sit there and you need to fix them in to get the understanding in Danish and Hebrew, or Danish and English, because that's just how it is. You have variance in regards of grammar and things of from language to language. So you will need to make it good English or good Danish, and yeah, that's just you wouldn't say like and called the gods, right? And called the gods. That's more like you calling the gods. It would be a misunderstanding. In English, you would say, and the gods called, right? Because you say, and so you need to sort out things as you go. That's just how it is. And again, you see the variance also in Danish and English, even if it might be closer together. You still see variance where you need to do it from Danish to English or English to Danish to make it correct, in understanding. So anyway, Vayikra Elohim la Rakia. So that's to the firmament. He calls the firmament. What does he call the firmament? Shamayim. What is Shamayim? That's the heavens, plural. They haven't fixed the plural here either, but it's heavens, plural. And there we go again. Vahi, there was, like der var aften, og der var morgen, Jom Sheni, yeah. And we don't have the nikuts here, which is very annoying, because then it's harder to figure out how to, if you forget, but I think it's Sheni, in regards of the Zere, and not the Shiva. But anyway. I'll see here, and there was, and it was so. Let's see. So let's see here. Vayoma Elohim yikavu hamayim. So here we go. In regards of the waters, and of course Shamaim is you have mayim, and Shamaim you have still waters in the word, right? Shamayim. So anyway, but these are the things that you see in the Hebrew, and some of these which you might not see in, let's see here, in regards of waters and heaven. No, you don't see it in English. What about Danish? Vand og himlene. Nope, you don't see anything in regards of Danish either. But in the Hebrew, you have mayim and shamayim. Very close. You see, it's like, oh, mayim and shamayim. Okay, do you get it? Mayim, the waters, hashamayim, the heavens, right? You see a connection? Like, yeah, okay. Anyway, you can see, Mayim and Shamayim, right? And you have Mayim up here just with a prefix, the waters and the heavens, okay? So Mitzarad, I'm not sure we're going to Mitzarad, the underpath. Well, I know I've read it before, but I don't have totally the underpath of the waters, I guess. The waters that is on the earth, I guess. Under the heavens, il unto makom, erat, so one place, Veterae, and appear. And here we have the Yabasha in regards of the dry land or dry ground. So this is one word we have in the Hebrew. So we have the earth, or we have Eretz, and we have Yabasha, and we have one more word. I have a third word, and I need to look that up as well and find out how that works out in the, because, and you also have, I think we have one more maybe in regards to the dirt, that man are made from, you have Adamah as well. You have Adam and Adamah, which seems to be also related in regards of an earthling, right? Being from the earth. God created Adam from the earth. But you also have Eretz, and you also have Yabasha. So that's at least 3 terms, and I think you might have one more in regards of the dust maybe. So I need to sort that out as well. So dry ground, naming it land, Adam, dirt. Do we actually have? Didn't I have? I thought I had many more. Maybe it didn't save it. But you have like Adamah. And of course, Adam is very close related. It seems to be. That makes kind of sense. But anyway, and then you have the thing that we have already here, the Yabasha, something of that nature. Not sure I'm totally correct in regards to pronunciation here. And then you have Eretz, and I think you have one more. And then the question is, which one is? I thought I had more notes yesterday when I was looking into this, but maybe it has deleted it because the battery ran out or something like that. But we have like dirt from earth, of the earth, dry ground, naming it land, right? So we have land, dry ground. Apparently this is named seemingly dry ground, but that might not be. And Adamah, that would be, anyway, there's something to sort out, but I guess it didn't save all the notes from yesterday. And here we have in regards to trying to find out the day. Oh, that's in regards to the light and the day and all that, and trying to sort out which actually is most correct in the English and the Danish. Now, I'm sure that many people will out there say, well, you're doing it wrong and blah, blah. I'm doing the best that I can do, and that's all I'm trying, okay? And people can take it or leave it. It's something where I get a little, I get some study of the Bible. I learn a little Hebrew and make it a little more familiar. And so people can take it or leave it. If they have a problem with the translation, go use something else or whatever, And of course, it's only the first chapter, so it's far from done. Of course, at some point, I hope it will become finished, and I will hopefully will be satisfied with it at that point. Hopefully. So Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim. We already had that. Og guderne sagde, lad der være lys, og der var lys. Then we go with the der var lys, right? So yehi or vayhi or, right? Der var lys. It's not like saying det var lys. No, der var lys. Because God is, saying it, and der var lys, yeah. And there was light. So that's, at least here, the only way you can say it is there. Now, it might not be wrong to use it other places in regards of det, but at least at this very specific point, there's that there would be the correct way. So I think we'll go with that. So anyway, okay. No, that's so good. I need to figure out in regards of this third thing as well. Or maybe we had this one. Yikavu hamayim mitzarat hashamayim el makom erat No, that's a good question. If it's veterae, because you don't have any nukuts to see hayabasha, the dry land, right? But we know in the beginning God talks about making the heavens and the earth, right? Well, the eretz, right? And then the question is, how do you best translate eretz? Is eretz in regards of land, or because here we see he lets the dry, the yabasha, right? Dry ground, dry land, according to this, dry ground, just ground, and I guess dry ground. He lets that appear, and it was so, Here we go in regards to Vaihi, and it was so, and det var så, og der var no, that's a good question in regards to Vaihi here, and it was so, der, og det var så, maybe you need to actually use det in Vayoma Elohim yikavu hamayim mitarat hashamayim el makom erad vetera'e hayabasha vayhiren, og det var så. You need to use det at that point, I think. But in the Danish, you can't use der, og der var så. No, og det var så. And it was so, og det, og der, when you have like der var lys, right? But you can't say der var, og der var så, og det var så, og det var så, you would need to use det. Oh my, so apparently it's not, apparently in the Danish, you can't, even if I would like to only have one way to write it, apparently there's two words that apparently seems to be needed to be used. Oh no, it's just totally, but I'm still satisfied with der var morgen, or der var evening, and der var morning, and all that. That's pretty good, that's not a bad thing. I think that's still pretty good, because it was, right, and der var, or der var, and first date, right? You can, I don't think it's totally bad. I can always change it if I find out that it's. So let's see. Vaihiren. Here we go with the det var så. And in regards to this, and det var så, you can't use der var så. No, det var så. Like Vayoma, and the God said, Yikavu hamayim, and in regards of Yikavu, be together, in regards of to wait for hope, expect, to collect, bind together. So it's collecting together the waters. Let there be space, missed in the. Yeah, where was I? And the gods called. Wow, okay, yeah. Okay, and the God said, let the waters, Yikavu hamayim, okay. So the God said, let the waters be collected together in one place, under the heavens. I know, see, under the heavens, right? Under the heavens, the under part, under the heavens, onto one place, right? And let the dry land appear. Something like that. Let the dry appear. Well, maybe you could say actually just let the dry, if it just means dry. Let the dry appear. I don't know. Dry ground. It's the H00, well, origin, but we could still search on this and see what I could find in regards to that. Go through the words. And it was so, right? How did I say that? Okay. And the God said, let the waters. Yeah, I'm not, I didn't really get. Okay, we should only have had the Hebrew here, and so I didn't, so I couldn't read, so I can't read the English here. I guess I can maybe turn it off somehow. Oh, maybe my chicken. Oh yeah, my chicken is probably more than done. Let's have some carrot. Oh no, it's done. Yeah, it's absolutely done. Well, oh well. Well, and the God said, we pretty much have that clear, to speak. Why Yoma? Ama. At this point, the dry land is coming forward, right? I think it calls. I need to go to 10. Here we go. Here he does the same thing. He does the same thing with the Lai Yabasha, the dry ground, right? The Yabasha. The gods calls the dry earth. So, in regards of the waters, does he ever actually, let's see here. In the beginning, bara Elohim et hashemayim ve'et ha'aretz. Ve'ha'at, and the earth, hayitzah tehuva, without form, and Pene, the ruach, was moved upon the faces of the waters. So he doesn't really give, it seems, a name for the waters. The water seems to be at the beginning, right? We have, as far as I can see, you have a bowl of water, like when you have. We have some places in the Bible where it talks about, like a clay thing and all that. As far as it seems like God is starting out with a ball, which on the surface of it has water all around, and then he begins to work from there on. So you have, you have the material and you have water on top of it. So that seems to be the beginning of how God starts it all. Hamayim. So it's not to say that there isn't any ground at that point, but he just makes the ground merge up at that point. So you still have a ball and water around the ball, but you don't have any dry land. So everything is just covered with water at that point. So it's not like he's creating the earth. He's making it appear when it comes around. So it's not like he's creating it. It's already there. Like clay, you start off with clay and you do your thing, right? Some of the places, at least once in the Bible, it talks about, like God, making things like a potter and all that, and doing things with the clay and all that. And if you take that idea and look into the beginning of things, you Yeah, like a child, right? Vayikra Elohim la'or yom ve'la'chosech kara laila. And here, so it goes into calling the light and the darkness for day and night, right? So that's another place. But water in itself doesn't seem to be. It's just called waters. Doesn't seem to be further called waters at some point. It's just the standard of it from the beginning. So, well, we're number 9. So, Vayoma Elohim Yikavu Hamayim. So let the waters mitzarat Hashemayim El Makom Echad V'Tare'eh Hayabasha Vahi Ren. And let it dry. So no, it's not like he's creating it; he's making it merge or merge up. It's not saying hey, he created it or made it. He just made it appear like, what is underneath the waters. Let it, And it was so, and it was so, og det var så, og det var så, og det var så, og der var så. No, you can't say der var så, no, og det var så. Yeah. So again, I run into a Danish issue here. So it seems like you need in Danish you need to apparently use the other one as well. But in the English, you pretty much don't do that, right? And it was so, right? It was so. But in the Danish, you have those two words, and at det var så, og det var så, yeah, at det var så, og det var så. You can't say at der var så, og der var, det var, nej, det var så. And således var det, og således var det, kunne måske også, og således var det. That's another way to, og det var så, men det var så, det I think is, og det var så. Og således var det, siger and there we go with the det igen. Således var det, og det var så. Og således, og således var det, og det var så. Og således. Og således var det, we have det og det again. So both of them. Og det var så, og således var det. Og således var det, og det var så. So og således, I guess it's kind of okay, yeah, hvad var det, hvad hiren, men well. El makom erat v'tera'eh hayabasha v'hiren, and it was so, and it was so, og det var så. Well, I guess at det var så. That would be at least the quick og det var så, og det var så. That would be the closest to the English, and it was so, og det var så. I'm not sure you would totally do that in English or in Danish. Og således var det. Og således var det. It actually seems to be more in the line of speaking Danish. I'm not og således. Og det var så. Og det var så. Would I ever say og det var så? Og således var det. Og således var det. I think I would probably use the, in the or in daily talk. I would probably say and således var det. Og det skete måske, og det skete. And that would go again with det. Og således var det. Or maybe ren, right? And therefore, thus, so, just therefore, and so, so it was. So it was. It was correct, honest, true. Thus, so, just therefore it was, ren, and it was so. and it was so, at det var, og således var det. Og så sagde han, og sådan var det, og sådan var det. No, sådan var det. Var det? You still have det, you know. Anyway, again, you can get a lot of the same thing with different words and different ways of saying it. Which, of course, in regards to the variations of the translations that is out there, you can have different sentences which really mean pretty much the same thing, and yet on so many different ways of saying it. So Vayikra Elohim, so he calls the Leyabashah Eretz, so he calls the dry land earth. And that's the thing, right? So I'm not sure, actually, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I'm not sure the earth is actually the right term to use. I think land might actually be better, because he calls it, he starts out with having, the dry come forward, right? And then he names specifically the dry land Eretz. He's not saying that the whole thing is called Eretz, right? He's calling specifically the dry land Eretz. He's not calling the rest of it, earth, right? This is a specifically thing that he's calling the dry land earth, or Eretz in Hebrew. So when God has created the heavens and the earth, I might need to change that, the earth thing of actually being land. Because again, he uses the Yabashah as the dry thing coming forward, and he calls that specifically Eretz. So if that is the case, he's not creating the earth as we understand it, like in regards, he's creating the land, the heavens and the land. That is what it seemingly seems to be speaking about, in regards of so I might need to figure that out, and might actually change the first line that I actually thought was pretty good. But it is pretty good. It's not bad, but you get the idea of the whole earth, right? Everything together in the first sentence, right? But according to this is not so. This is specifically in regards of Eretz, is specifically about the Yabashah. And the Yabashah is the dry, which emerges from the waters. So, isn't it interesting to see how, you can learn a huge amount of things going into the scriptures, and just, and digging around. I think that might be wrong in my first translation then. And I need to see if I can, search on maybe 304, for example. Let's try to search on. I need to be as honest as absolutely possible. But of course, I don't have anything problematic in regards to copyright or anything like that. So that's great, right? We have this thing we have 14 times, right? So let's see here what we have. Veso'er alehem Vayoma Yehovah Ladak unto the fish. Oh, that's in regards of the book of Jonah. Okay, Jonah, I think it's Ladak Vaikyake or something like that. It Jonah El Hayabasha on the dry land, on the dry. So the fish is vomiting Jonah, not upon the land, but upon the dry. And of course, we could see the origin and see what the origin maybe would tell us. 300, and I don't know if I can push it. Yabashah, to make dry, wither, be dry, become dry, be dried up, the wither to be dried up, be without moisture, to be dried up, to make dry, dry up, make dry, to dry up, to make dry, wither, to exhibit dryness. Okay, so it's all about dry. To dry up as waters, or wither as herbage, be ashamed, clean, be confounded, make dry, do shamefully, utterly, wither away. Okay. I don't know if maybe I don't have that, but in any case, I know I think I had it at some point, probably on the computer. There's a lot of things that, the satanic power is always working. The same thing with this application, right? I've already bought the application and all that, and yet it's not activated, and you need to go and misuse so much time to, to get things activated and this and that, and you're sick and tired of things, right? We should help each other. They do this and that and all that. They figure out that, then they should help others to further help them, in regards to, we're all working for the same cause, right? To get truth into the world, right? Anyway, ha'anashim vayahteru velo hayabasha. Here we go. Oh, sorry, I'm reading it the wrong way because it's reading from the right to the left. So vayahteru hanashim lehashiv el hayabasha. Then we have, that's Jonah again or something like that. Hayabasha velo Yaholu ki hayam holech vesoer alehem. Against, I'm not sure what the context is here. I would need the context. Vayakteru rowed hard, nevertheless the men rowed hard to bring to the land. Oh, that's in regard to the storm and all that. When Jonah is in regard to, they want to go to the dry, the Yabasha, the dry ground, or the dry, or whatever, dry ground, the dry. They want to go to the dry, that is called land, I guess. Let's see here. Let's see what we have here. That's Jonah 1:9. Let's see here. Okay, how many Jonahs do we have? Okay, we have 3 in regards of this word in Jonah. So Vayomer Elohim Ivri Anori ve'et Anochi ve'et Yehovah Elohei Hashamayim Ani Yare Asher Asa. No, it's got in regards of made, and et Hayam ve'et, and the dry. So here seems to be, is that God talking about that He made the sea and the dry? So He made the, let's see here. Let's see what I do. Upon Jonah, Vayomeru ish. Now we have the nikuts. That's always nice. Vayomeru ish. I guess to the man. I'm still not looking at the context here. Let's see if we maybe can find in regards of maybe the tears. Okay, let's see here. Well, we have that one, but we want to. And Yehovah sent out a great wind on the sea. Okay, we Jonah is on the sea. Yonah, I think it's Yonah. And Yehovah sent out a great wind on the sea, and there was a great storm on the sea. I wonder in regards of this, if that's Yam, in regards to the sea. So that the ship was thought to be broken up, and the seamen were afraid, and each one cried out to his mighty one, and threw the cargo which was in the ship into the sea, to lighten the load. But Jonah had gone down into the lowest parts of the ship, And he lay down and was fast asleep. And the captain came to him and said to him, What do you mean, sleeper? Arise, cry out to your gods, if so be that the gods shall think about us, so that we do not perish. And you can see they use the Elohim here, at least, you know. So you know it's plural. Shall think about us, so that we do not perish. And they said to each other, come and let us cast lots, so that we know for whose sake this evil has come upon us. So they cast lots, and the lot fell on Jonah. So they said to him, Please explain to us, for whose sake is this evil upon us? What is your occupation? And where do you come from? What is your country? And from what people are you? And he said, I am a Hebrew, and I am fearing Jehovah, the gods of the heavens. Who made the sea and the dry land. Apparently we have some connection issues, yeah? I wonder if we lost connection or something like that. At least there's some problems. Please ensure there's a connection. Well, anyway. And he said to them, I am a Hebrew, and I am fearing Jehovah, the Elohim of the heavens, who made the sea and the dry land. Here, so it's actually Jonah who speaks. I am an Ivri, of course, a Hebrew, and I am fearing Jehovah, the Elohim of the heavens, who made the sea and the dry land. And the men were exceedingly afraid, and said to him, Why have you done this? For the man knew that he fled from the presence of Jehovah, for he had informed them. And they said to him, What are we to do to you to make the sea calm for us? For the sea was growing more stormy. And he said to them, Take me and throw me into the sea, so that the sea becomes calm for you. For I know that this great storm is because of me. Wow. Think about that, you know, him saying that, just throw me in the sea, you know. It's like, okay. However, the men rowed hard to bring the ship to land, and I guess land in regards of the dry, maybe. So in regards of the land, the dry, I'm not sure. Let's see here in regards of the Hebrew. I guess I should probably read the book of Jonah in Hebrew and see it. So Vayateru hana ashim elehashiv el hayabasha, to the dry. So again, how do we totally, it's something in regards of dry, right? But we know God, I guess it wouldn't be totally wrong to translate it land, if that is but it's not the Hebrew word for it, right? You have hayabasha, which I guess, if you look at the heavens, right? We're told that we get a factor in regards of, space, right? And then we're told it's called heaven. So I guess the dry would actually be an understanding thing of like space, right? And the dry is land. It's called land. So the things that are dry, not the things that is underneath, the waters, but what is actually above is called the dry. And the dry is called land. So I guess it's not totally, in regards to the translation, to call it land wouldn't be totally wrong, because it's pretty much synonymous in regards, because that's what God calls it, right? But it's not what the Hebrew really says. It's saying the dry, right? So it's just okay. I'm just trying to get the idea of it. So the dry is called land. I think that's the way to do it. And then we have another word as well in regards of dust of the earth or something of that, or ground. I'll see what I can get of understanding. But they could ki hayam for holech. Vesoer alehem, it was to Vayikra, Vayikreu el Yehovah, Vayomeru, and he said, Ana Yehovah al na novta. So that actually, so apparently these people on the boat apparently turns to, seems like, to Yehovah instead of their false gods, Binefesh ha'ish hase ve'al titen aleinu dam naki ki ata Yehovah ka'asher rafatsta. Asita vayishu et Yonah. Yonah, how do you spell Yonah? There should be a Jonah. I wonder how they, where they put the effort. Jonah. I don't know. I have to listen to the Yonah. We could actually Tanakh. Yonah. What's Yonah? Yonah. Let's see here. We have bum. And choir. Well, we could also. Then you can go and.
ויהי דבר אדוני אל יונה בן אמיתי לאמור.
יונה.
קום לך אל ננבה העיר הגדולה וקרא עליה, כי עלתה רעתם לפני. ויקום יונה לברוח תרשישה מלפני אדוני, וירד יפו, וימצא אונייה באה תרשיש, וייתן שכרה, וירד בה לבוא עמהם תרשישה מלפני אדוני. ואדוני הטיל רוח גדולה אל הים, ויהי סער גדול בים, והאונייה חשבה להישבר. ויראו המלאכים ויזעקו איש אל אלוהיו, ויטילו את הכלים אשר באונייה אל הים להקל מעליהם. ויונה ירד אל ירכתי הספינה, וישכב וירדם. ויקרב אליו רב החובל ויאמר לו, מה לך נרדם? קום קרא אל אלוהיך, אולי יתעשת האלוהים לנו ולא נאבד. ויאמרו איש אל רעהו, לכו ונפילה גורלות, ונדעה בשל למי הרעה הזאת לנו. ויפילו גורלות, ויפול הגורל על יונה. ויאמרו אליו, הגידה נא לנו, באשר למי הרעה הזאת לנו, מה מלאכתך ומאין תבוא, מה ארצך, ואי מזעם אתה. ויאמר עליהם, עברי אנוכי, ואת אדוני אלוהי השמיים אני ירא, אשר עשה את הים ואת היבשה. ויראו האנשים יראה גדולה, ויאמרו אליו, מה...
So he's here we have the Hayam. Of course, God doesn't. I wonder when Hayam is actually used first by God in regards of the seas. Because, well, does he say? Well, probably maybe says that he calls the waters the sea, probably in the beginning. So the seas and the dry, I would think it's probably somewhere in the creation week 3220. Let's just take the 3220. I think you could probably find it in the beginning. Yeah. Let's see if he calls it actually. Vayikra Elohim labasha, right? The dry, right? Eretz. So he calls the dry Eretz, right? The Yabashah he calls Eretz, Uli Mekve, and gathering together the waters, Hamayim, Kara called Yamim, the seas, apparently plural. I guess it seemed to be using a singular form, but God is using a plural form, Yamim. Vaya Elohim Kitov, and it was good. So here he called, he kara, to call. So he calls the waters, the seas, plural. So calls the waters, the seas, and Vaya Elohim Kitov, and it was good. So here we have the dry is called earth, land, probably, the dry called land, and Hamayim is called the seas, okay, yep. So here we actually, I guess, in some sense, the waters are getting a name, at least the waters that is on the earth, in regards to the seas. So, yeah. Yamim. From an unused root, meaning to roar. Breaking a noisy surf or large body of water, specifically with article. Yeah, we also have in regards of a mikveh, and that's also interesting when God. Oh, here we actually mikveh, ule mikveh. There we go. You see the Jews having these mikvehs where they baptize in the mikveh, and of course the mikveh is a collected thing. That's interesting. Actually, this seems to actually use it in. Is this using it for? No, ule mikveh and to the waters, and to collect the waters called Yamim, called the gods the seas, and he saw that it was good, something of that nature. No, and God saw that, and they, maybe, it's just, he, they, God is plural singular, so it's, of course we don't want to add things that is not there, but we still want to have the idea of things, right? In regards to what is going on. But yeah, so here he actually calls the waters Yamim. So the waters, the Mayim is, apparently it seems like that's a foundation, like the Yabashah, and in regards to the Rakia, that's kind of the foundation, and then God calls it things, right? In regards to the light and the darkness is like two foundational things which he calls day and night. So I guess in some sense, then in a dark area where there's darkness could that then be called night? There's night in there, I guess you might actually be able to call it that. It's night in there and it's morning in there, and that, if there's a room that is dark, I guess it's night in there, right? If you're going to use the definition that it's in regards of light that defines the night and the morning, the day and night in some sense. So yeah, it's, it was night in the room. I know. It's of course it's not how we use it, but I wonder if that could actually be yeah. Here we have what's this Genesis 1:22. Okay, that's still in the creation week. Varek, blessed Otam Elohim lemor piru, and that's probably in regards to the birds and the fish. Urevu umilu et hamayim, for the Mayans in the seas. Okay, yeah, because like a bur, I guess you have a bur of by Yamim bur prefix, like in the beginning, in the seas, plural. So the waters in the seas, et hamayim, in the seas, veha'of, and let the birds, yirev, be, become great, become many, apparently, chapa, okay, increase or something in the earth, in the earth. But again, in regards to the in the earth, it's actually eretz, right? So is it actually multiply in the land, or is it, again, how do we, because it's the dry land, right? That is called, it's the dry land. It's not so again, if we're going to go with what the Bible says, this dry thing that comes up compared to the waters is called land, probably something of that nature, land. It's not the whole earth or the whole globe, it's the land, it's the land it's talking about. So interestingly, it's incredible how many years you can use on this chapter. It's amazing, Vayoma Elohim, here we have, and the God said, let us make man in. Oh, no. That's a thing, right? The God said, let us make Adam, the earthling, in our image, after our likeness. V'yedu v'gad hayam. And there we go, the sea in singular. Uve'of, over the birds of the shamayim, of the heavens. And they write of the air, but of course that's not true. It's of the heavens. And over the cattle, uva behema. I think it's like behema, something like that. Yeah, behema, that is the origin of the word. Uverol, over all the earth. Well, over all the land. Uverol, every haremes, creeping thing. Horemes al the land, creeping on the land, Horemes, creeping on the land. Yeah. Of course, these creeping things are not creeping in, creeping around in the sea, right? They're creeping on the land. So let's see here. Vayvarek, blessed Otam Elohim. What is this? So the Hayam again, and this is singular form of the sea. Uredu bigat Hayam, subdue it the earth. Haaretz, the land. See here, 128. Vayvarek Otam Elohim, Vayomer lahem Elohim. Peru urevu umel'u et haaretz, on the land. Veriv shua uredu bidgad hayam uve'of hashamayim. Okay? Not the birds of the air, but the birds of the heavens. Uve'ro chaya haromesed al, upon the earth. So all the living things that move it on the land. Oh yeah. So let's see here. So we have the sea, right, in regards to the fish of the seas, and contrasting in regards of the things that is living and moving on the land. That makes perfect sense in some sense. So I might actually need to change the first thing. So, but I still have other things to look into. But anyway, Umora Arem, and the fear of you all. I want to see here. Vatchritzirem Ye, to become Al Kol Hayat Haaretz, on the land, every beast on the land, and Ve'al, and on every bird of the heavens, not the air, okay, of the heavens. That's just, again, it's kind of a mistranslation. Of course, the birds are flying in the air, right? But it's the birds of the heavens, So Behold, everything in everything that moves, apparently move it upon the. Here we go. Wait. Here we go with the problem, right? Here we have ha'adamah. This is another word of the Hebrew, right? So here we have adamah, which seems very much alike like Adam, and it has ground, land, ground as general tilled, yielding substance, piece of ground, the specific plot of land, and that actually might be closer to be maybe translated as earth. And as you can see, they translate it as earth here, but you can see it's in the Hebrew you have multiple different words, right? And that's the thing, right? And when you mix things up and translate them to the same thing, and you kind of miss some understanding of the scriptures. So we have ha'adamah, and of course we had, let's see here, we had let's see here, oh, they were so dry. We have the dry ground, we have the adamah, yabashah, and the yabashah is the thing that God starts out, he makes the dry come forward, which also it seems to have a root in regards of something dry. So he makes the dry appear, contrasting it to the width of the sea, which he later on calls the sea, right? The seas plural, and we also use the singular. But so Adamah, I think, is used in regards of when Adam is taken, but I think there might actually be one more Hebrew word that is used. And then of course we have Eretz, and of course God calls the Yabashah, he calls that Eretz. And then the question is, what is the best translation for Eretz, right? And Adam seems to go to, in regards of linking, and I might be wrong, but as far as I know, links to, which also makes sense pretty much, but Adamah, in regards to the ground, the earth, links to Adam, which I think actually Adam could be translated to, or would be a good translation, in regards of earthling. We are all earthlings because we come from the dust of the earth, right? But I think there might actually be one more thing in regards of Hebrew. So you don't have Yabashah in regards of Eretz, you have Adamah in regards of Adam, and we are all, Adam in regards of earthling or earthlings, earthling or earthlings, both Adam and Chava is Eve. We call her apparently Eva in Danish, Eve in English, and I'm like, why don't we just call them what they were called in the Hebrew? Then we don't have all these issues with all these different names, right? I don't, when I'm looking into English or Danish sources, you have different names for the same, and of course Hebrew have variants in regards of names as well. Why not just use the Hebrew names? The Hebrew manuscripts are kind of the things that we are going by, right? So it's kind of so that's also a problem in regards to translating things like Adam, right? Adam is the name of Adam, right? But then you have the meaning behind the word of Adam in Hebrew, right? But the thing is, do you want to connect, you need to, as a translator, or translating it, you need to try the best that you can to keep the meaning, but there's multiple, so, you lose some of the information when you're translating from one language to another. Sometimes the translators just do a lot of nonsense. I think there's one more word in regards of this category, and that is in regards of the dust of the earth. When God tells us how he created Adam and Eve, or Rava. I think we have another word again. Maybe it's another place, and we also there's some place where it talks about creating Adam out of, I think, dust or something like that, which is again another word. So again, you have 4 words at least, I think, in that category. But I'll need to. I'm just trying to sort this out in regards of, okay, need to know. So I think I probably need to change the first one, and because it's not, when God says he created the heavens and the earth, it's not like the whole, like Yom. No, it's not. It's in regard to the land. I think we might need to change that too. I'll just fix it in there for now. Well, we have some problems apparently. Typical. Hello. Give me a break. Typical. It doesn't work, you know. Come on. There we go. I can't. Eretz, landet. Eretz. Yeah, landet. Yeah, that's singular. Yeah. Okay. I wonder what the plural form of Eretz is. Is that Eresim or something? I don't know. A land. Because I think actually the word might also be used for the land of like Israel, or the land of the Assyrians, or so I probably will, and the earth, the land, it's because it's Eretz. And we're not told, we're not, Eretz. What is Eretz? Well, according to, it's the dry land. It's the dry that comes up, right? Which God explains. So I think we need to pretty much name the land. I think I need to, change that to land, and not understand it totally as the whole, this is explaining how he, I just need, as you can see, I have lots of issues with getting things working. Yeah, I think we need to go in that direction, and the land. So the gods created the heavens, which is the rakia, and the land, which is actually the dry. So yeah, we have to go with the Bible. We can't really, if the Bible fixes, we have to go with that. Not the understanding of man. So, and the question is, in regards to this, and that's a problem, because and the land, and that's a kind of a problem. Because now I'm going into issues, right? Because here we go with the Haaretz and Yom, and the earth was empty and desolate. And the darkness was over the surface of the deep. But according, if the dry is the Haaretz, well then there is no dry land, so I guess it would be empty and desolate. It wouldn't be there, because it first comes later on. Oh, this is kind of a hard thing to because we have the same word being used in Hebrew. For the moment we'll just keep this in parentheses, and I will look into further things, how to best get around it. Earth, honestly, getting because again, if we're going by the when God creates he calls it specifically, the dry. So it's not something like totally the whole thing. It's specifically, it's Anyway, you can see we have ha'adamah. Next one we have that is the sea. And the Ra, how you Now after the seas, plural. I was sea singular. Hashemayim as a sandwich, al sifat. Hayam, the sea, singular. Yeah, okay. It's a little. Just it's not easy to. Some studies at least. So what was this? This was in regards of searching for Hayam. Okay. Let's see what we have. Let's see 304 again. See what we can find. That was the Hayabasha in regards to the dry land appear. And the dry land is what we so Vayikra Elohim labasha eretz. He calls the dry earth, right? Yeah. Contrasting it in regards of Yamim, or the waters, which he calls the seas. So that makes pretty much sense, right? Going from one way to another, right, in regards of the dry compared to the, let's see here what we have here. That's Exodus 4:9. Vehaya im lo ya'aminu gam lisnei ha'atod ha'ele ulvelo yisma'un lekolecha velakachto mimei. Wow, I wonder how that actually is with the nikud. Mimei of the water. Okay, water. Mimei. Okay, mimei of the waters of the river. I would still believe that it would be plural, right? Veshafachto, and pour upon the dry. Here we go. Pour upon the dry. Thou shalt take of the waters of the river, veshafachta, and upon the dry, vehayu hamayim, and the waters which thou takest some ha'or, I guess hail, and as the river will become blood upon the dry. I wonder where this is, in regards to Exodus. Where's my Bible in regards of the... Oh, here we go. Let's take Let's just have a look at Exodus 4:9. 4:9. So much goodies. Exodus 4:9. 4:9. And it's okay to see here. And Moshe answered and said, and let's just start at the chapter here. And if you didn't know chapter 4, Exodus or Shemoth. And Moshe answered and said, and if you do not believe me, nor listen to my voice, and say, Jehovah has not appeared to you, and Jehovah said to him, what is that in your hand? Oh, that's in regards to going into Egypt, I think. In regards of, oh yeah, of course, Exodus, of course, that's where, yeah. So he's talking with Yeshua in the burning bush. And Jehovah said to him, what is that in your hand? And he said, a rod. And he said, throw it on the ground. So he threw it on the ground and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from it. And Jehovah said to Moshe, reach out your hand and catch it by the tail. So he reached out his hand and seized it, and it became a rod in his hand. So that they believed that Jehovah, the gods of their father, the gods of Abraham, the gods of Yitzchak, and the gods of Yaakov has appeared to you. And Jehovah said to him again, now put your hand in your bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom, and then he took it out, and see, his hand was leprous like snow. And he said, put your hand in your bosom again. So he put his hand in his bosom again and drew it out of his bosom, and see, it was restored like his other flesh. And it shall be, if they do not believe you, nor listen to your voice of the first sign. So we have the first sign. So this is a sign. So this is the sign, I guess, the first voice. They should believe the voice of the later sign. So here we have two signs, signs. And it shall be, if they do not believe even these two signs, this is the two signs, okay, or listen to your voice, that you shall take water from the river. So he takes water from the river, and, well, which would actually be, let's see here, 4:9, yeah. Vehaya im lo, they will not, ya'aminu, and shall come to pass, if they not believe, Gam lisnei, in regards to the two signs, ha'atod, in regards to the signs, signals, oath, okay. Ha'ele, these, velo yismeun, lekolecha, velakata, mimei, of the waters here, or, of the river, river. So we have the waters of the, does it actually say the waters? Yeah, water from the river, okay. From the river, and pour upon the dry, yabasha, upon the dry land. They translate dry land. And this is the yabasha, the dry land, or the dry. On the dry. I don't know, again, because if he calls it land, that should, I guess, be a difference, right? In regards to pour it on the dry. So dry ground, maybe. At least you would have, if you put it, on a dry ground, would at least in regards of land, right, would still be a differentiation in regards to the two words. So, yeah, and it's kind of fake, So, will become the waters from the river will become blood, dam, blood. Upon the dry. Now, here we go with the by yabasha in the, and I guess you have the bur in regards of, oh, well, is that in? Is you thinking? I think in the dry, or on the dry, or whatever, in the dry, on the land, at least, it will come blood. You take some water, you pour it on the dry, opposite of water, right? You put it on the dry land, or the dry, which is called land, or the dry ground, the dry ground again would be at least putting a difference in regards of one word compared to the other word, right? Dry ground, but of course that depends in regards to the rest of the different Hebrew words. And the water which you take from the river shall become blood on the dry land. Yep. But again, we have the dry land, but again, dry ground, and apparently now this thing just broke. In regards of orange, well, they're pretty cheap in regards of, okay, well, that was actually pretty new as far as I recall, but apparently maybe I should actually save some of those, I'm not sure if I can, but I might be able to actually take them out, these things that is fixed to the, so if one of them breaks, I guess I just have to take it from another one, and hopefully, but a lot of them I guess actually have broken in regard to this, where they, I guess maybe I'm a little too rough, but the other kinds I usually use as fixing. The letters don't usually break, in regards to things. But anyway, oh wait, so dry land, here we go. I'm just marking the thing here, dry land, right? So I think dry ground at least would be, let's see here. Yeah, dry ground. Naming it land, yeah. At least that puts a difference, for, of course you would still use two words to get one Hebrew, but you also have some of the grammar and this and that in the Hebrew words themselves, so you can't really totally, so, okay, so let's see here, interesting, okay, Hamayim asher tikach, which thou takest, mean, okay, great, where do we else have it? Can we go into the search thing here and find it other places? Well, now we go with the dry and Vayikra Elohim, and well, that's in regards to the dry being called. We have Exodus, that's in regards of the dry. Here we go. Uvene, that's 1429. 1429. There we go. And the children of Israel walked on dry ground. Here it actually seems like dry ground. So not dry land, but dry ground. Let's see if that works. Uvene Yisrael halechu vayabasha betoch hayam. Yeah, they walked on the dry. They walked it. That's in regards of the waters returned on the. Okay, so here they walk on the dry ground. The ground. Yeah, the dry. In the midst of the sea, and that's the problem, right? When the translation go into, if here we see that different words are translated differently, right? The land, dry land, dry ground, but you could use one single word for, you could have used dry ground at the other place instead of dry land, but here they actually translated dry ground, which I think might be a better way. In the midst of the sea, and the waters were walled to them on their right and on their left. Thus Jehovah saved Israel that day out of the land of the Mizrites, that's Egypt, and Israel saw the Mizrites dead on the seashore. And Israel saw the great work which Jehovah had done in Mitzrayim, and the people revered Jehovah, and believed Jehovah and his servant Moshe. Then Moshe and the children of Israel sang the song to Jehovah, and spoke, saying, I sing to Jehovah, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. In regards to the Egyptian armies, in regards to the horse and the rider. I'm not sure if we have the view of other places besides the book of Revelation. It would be nice with more pinpointers in regards of a horse and its rider, but it seems to be like an army, host of army or something like that. That is, but we see the four horsemen in the book of Revelation. He has thrown into the sea. Yah is my strength and song, and he has become my deliverance. He is my God, and I praise him. That's the singular form of God in regards of El. And I exalt him. Jehovah is a man of battle. Isn't it interesting? And the Jews and others will say, well, God is not a man. And then they stop there. No, God is not a man that he should lie, But we have this thing in scripture saying that Jehovah is a man of battle. Jehovah is his name. He has cast Pharaoh's chariots and his army into the sea. And his chosen officers are drowned in the sea of reeds. The depths covered them. They went down to the bottom like a stone. Your right hand, O Jehovah, has become great in power. Your right hand, O Jehovah, has crushed the enemy. So is the right hand of Jehovah. Could it be Yeshua? Could it be Jesus? Anyway, and the greatness of your excellence, you pulled down those who rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath. It consumed them like stubble, and when the wind of your nostrils, the waters were heaped up. The flood stood like a wall. The depths became stiff in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I pursue, I overtake, I divide the spoil, my being is satisfied on them. I draw out my sword, my hand destroys them. You blew with your wind, the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you, O Jehovah, among the mighty ones? Among the gods. Who is like you, great in Kodeshah, or holiness? Awesome in praise, working wonders. You stretch out your right hand, and the earth swallowed them. In your kindness you led the people whom you have redeemed. In your strength you guided them to your Kodesh dwelling, or your holy dwelling. Peoples heard, they trembled, anguish gripped the inhabitants of Peleshet. I guess that might be. Then the chiefs of Edom were troubled. The mighty men of Moab, trembling grips them. All the inhabitants of Canaan melted. Fear and dread fell on them. And by the greatness of your army, they are as silent as a stone. Until your people pass over, O Jehovah, until the people whom you have bought pass over. You bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance. A mountain can also be used as a kingdom. A mountain in prophecy, mountain, kingdom. In the, you see the stone hitting the statue in the book of Daniel. And it becomes a mountain. That's the kingdom of Christ, In the place of Jehovah, which you have made for your own dwelling, the Mikdash, which you have made the Mikdash. Oh, that's, I guess, in regards to the temple or something. I'm not entirely sure, but it has something to do with the temple. The Mikdash, or Jehovah, which your hands have preserved. Jehovah reigns forever and ever. For the horses of Pharaoh went with his chariots and his horsemen into the sea. And Jehovah brought back the waters of the sea upon them, and the children of Israel went on dry ground. Here we go with the dry ground in the midst of the sea. So again, that will be interesting to see in regards to the Hebrew, but as you see, 1429, Exodus 1429. Where are we? 1429. That's the first time where it talks about it. That's backward. And the children of Israel walked on dry ground. That's the first time it says it. And then the next time it says it on 19. It's probably the next one. Yeah, 1519. Yep. There we go. Uvene Yisrael halehu vayabasha. And on here we just on dry. So the children of Israel Let's see. Halak to walk. Walked. Let's see. Yeah. What happened? 1519. No, that was 15. Yeah, 1519. Yeah. So see here. Uvene Yisrael halehu vayabasha on the dry in the midst of the Hayam, the sea, the sea, Yam. Well, Yam, what was that? Was that? The waters was called what? Seas. Well, the waters were called, plural. Oh my. I think I lost it, but that's plural, right? Yamim. And sometimes it's seas, and yeah, singular. This one is Hayam, it's singular. So in the midst of the sea. So on the dry, they went on the dry. Would you say land? Well, you could say land in some sense, I guess, but of course it would also be synonymous. If it's dry, it would be land, right? At the very instant it's dry, it would be looked at as land. But yeah, we use the, on dry ground, right? And again, it has to be different than what God calls it, right? So the dry ground is called land. I think that would be, as far as I can see. Okay. We have Joshua 4:22. That's a little later. Joshua, Yehoshua, or Yeshua. That's all the same name, pretty much. It means the same thing. Although, I guess they must have just called him one thing, you would think, right? But maybe, we have numbers. Here we have Joshua 4:22. 4:22. Let's see, 4:22. It seems like it's when they walk into, or they do the same thing here as well. I think that's when they walk into the land. And then you shall let your children know, saying, Israel passed over this Yarden on dry land. There we go. So we see here, Vehodatim, know it, Benechem, you have it, it's like, pointing out some sense to what we're talking about. Know that the children, Benech, let's see here, Bene, okay, but yeah, Benechem, Lamor saying, that the children saying, Bar Yabasha, you have a prefix, right? So, I guess they put on the dry land, it's like Barashit, like in the beginning, right? But, again, the language barrier and all that. But, yeah, okay. So, on the dry land, Ava Yisrael et Hayaten. So they came on dry land. They didn't walk in the water. They didn't need to go over the water. They just came on dry land into the land of Israel. Let's see here. So and the sea, Bakata, and thou didst divide. I don't know if that's what's word. That's to split, to cleave. Okay, to split, I guess. To divide. Leave Nehem before Vayav Avru them, so they went through the midst of the sea. Or singular again, the sea. By Yabasha on dry land. There we go again with dry land. So we have 9:11. No, wait. Okay, we have Joshua, and this is. Oh wait, this is something else. This is the sea, and thou didst divide before. So what is this? So we have to be careful. So this was in regards of Joshua, when they go into. On dry land came over Israel, Hayaden, the what do you call it? Hayaden. Okay, I don't have the Nikuts here. Hasei. So this Jordan, if I recall correctly, that is when they enter the land of Israel. They also have in regards to the 12 stones. which some say they have found underneath the waters, where they were told to put 12 stones. And yeah, apparently you should be able to go and see these stones if you dive into the ocean. You're going to find a lot of biblical things, because the Bible is a historical book. But the other one is something Nehemiah. No, I'm not sure here. I think it's I don't know if he's talking about the same episode. Nehemiah 836. 36. Okay, we have 9/11. Let's see the context of it. 9/11. And you split. Okay. I see. I think that's actually probably in regards of the thing that happened with Egypt. And you established your words, for you are righteous, and saw afflictions of our fathers in Mitzrayim, in regard to Egypt, and heard their cry by the sea of reeds, and gave signs and wonders against Pharaoh, against all his servants, and against all the people of his land. For you knew that they acted proudly against them, and you made a name for yourself as it is this day. And you split the sea before them, and they passed over into the midst of the sea on the dry land. So again, the dry land is actually the dry ground, which this version of the Bible uses 2 times, and then apparently it uses land for a lot of the rest, it seems. But here it's like using the dry land, and again, in English you wouldn't be able to see that it's the same Hebrew word being used. So sometimes if you have, like, now this is a minor example, right? But if you have some places where it translates one specific Hebrew word to land, right? And you have another place where it translated it to ground, it's like you wouldn't know that there would be the same Hebrew word, underneath it. And if you could use just one single word, why would you use 2 different, see here. And you made a name for yourself as it is this day, and you split the sea before them, and they passed over into the midst of the sea on the dry land. In regards of the dry, right? Lifnei, the sea, bekata, lifnehem, vaya avru, vetoch, hayam, the sea, singular, bayabasha, ve'et, persecuted. Okay, okay. See here. And you made a name for yourself, and pursuers threw into the deep as a stone into the mighty waters. And you led them by day with a cloudy column, and by night with a column of fire, to give them light in the way they were to go. And you came down to Mount Sinai, and spoke with them from the Shamayim, from the heavens. And you came down on the Mount Sinai, and spoke with them from the heavens, and gave them straight right rulings and laws of truth, or Torah of truth, good laws and command. I guess there must be something in regards of words here in regards to the law, because you gave them the Torah, laws and commands. So I will need to look into that. And you made known to them your Kodesh Shabbat, and you commanded them commands and laws and Torah by the hand of Moshe your servant. Anyway, so here we have the dry ground again, and Psalm 66:6. How far he turned the sea, la yabasha, into dry ground. If you want to have, something, but I don't think you should say dry land, because, if you're going to differentiate the 2 words. Ban Nahor, the flood. Yav Avru, wind. I don't know which. This, let's see here, 66. I will need to. Let's see here, 66. 66. Okay. And it's 66.6. Okay, let's see here what the content. They sing praise to you. They praise your name, Salah. Come and see the works of Elohim, the gods. Awesome acts towards the sons of men. Sons of what? Sons of Adam, maybe? I don't know. He has turned the sea into dry land. Here we go. Again, they translated dry land instead of dry ground as the other two places. So it's kind of, it's not you're using two different words for the same Hebrew word. And this is just one of the minor examples. It's just, here we only have like two different words, right? It's not like but sometimes you have multiple English words used for, but it's not necessary. Like in the King James Version, if you look up Sar, which is a chief, you can, as far as I can see, you can use chief every single time. But instead, in the English, they've used multitude of different translations from chief, Why not just use one? If you can use one single English word, why not just use it, The chief of the baker, right? The chief of, whatever. That you can look it up for yourself if you want to look into it. This happens with you have a good amount of things where you have multiple things that the King James Version translation translates one single Hebrew letter or word. And it just doesn't make it. When people begin to connect words and you have different Hebrew words that is translated to different things and sometimes even connect up together as the same thing, well, you have to go back to the Hebrew, I think, in regards to that. You have to be careful of. I've seen King James Version onlyness really get into issues on that, where they use the King James Version and they fix the same words, even if it's actually two different Hebrew words, and they connect it. So here we have the dry, the sea of the dry. Really turn the sea into dry, to dry. I guess le, that's a prefix. To, usually two is usually the one. So you have the sea to dry. He dries the sea, right? In regards of. So. But yeah, I'm not sure. Come and see the word. He has turned the sea into dry land. They went through the river on foot. There we rejoiced in him who rules by power forever. He eyes keeping watch on the Gentiles. I'm not sure if it's probably in regards of Egypt, but I would need to further look into the context of it. But you have two times where God makes things dry up, and you actually have three times, I guess. You also have the episode of the prophet, which I think actually do it twice, or maybe it's actually two different prophets. Yeah, I think it's Eliyahu or something like that. That make uses his cape or something like that. I'm not entirely, but he makes it dry up, and you have the other guy following, and I think that other prophet also do it when he goes back, but I can't remember the details if I'm correct on that. But we have Yeshayahu. Let's see here. For water on Sameh Menoselim, on Yabasha, on dry ground. Here we go with dry ground. I don't know in regards to this other version of the Bible I have here if that uses dry ground. That I have Yamayahu. It's a little hard. Oh, my hands doesn't feel good after the glass. Yes, Raquel. Yeah, I can't just find the. It's not easy finding things. You also have a different way than the other kind of. You have different ways of how to fix the books in the Bible, and So yeah, Yeshayahu. Let's see if we can find it. I'm nearly giving up. 420. Again, it's not a it's just as far as close we can get to on this waters, clean waters, right? The better. See 44:3. Let's see. For I pour water on the thirsty and floods on the dry ground. Here we go with the dry ground again. So here they actually use dry ground. So that's 3 times. They've used dry ground instead of dry land. So then we have Jonah in regards to the dry compared to the sea, made the sea and the dry, So, yeah, but they translate that to land, if I recall right. Wasn't that something? Maybe not. Let's see here. I can't remember. Let's see if we can find Job. 763. 763. And 13. No. Yov. Jonah. No. This is this something else? Oh, no. Okay, this is just not Jonah. That's just Job. Jonah 628. There we go. 13. However, the men rowed hard to bring the ship to land. Again. So here they translate it to land instead of, it's the dry, Next one is 220. Oh, 210. See here. Yeah, here they fix it dry land. So again, not the dry ground, but dry land and to land and so forward. So, that's not. So, yeah, that's not. Oh, whatever. Maybe I should take a break and get some food. But I think that in regard to the second chapter, there is also some things going on. We need to go to the second chapter here. So let's see here. No, this is Ele toldot hashemayim v'haaretz. So these generations of the heavens and the earth, or the land, maybe more of a. When they were created in the day, Asur, is that like Asar? Okay, made by Jehovah, the gods of the land and the heavens. But again, still, God gives specifically the dry ground a name in regards of Eretz. So again, it's kind of, it's kind of a little weird to. And of course, if the Eretz has not come forward in regards to the second line, then of course there wouldn't be anything, It would just be empty, That makes pretty much sense, right? because nothing would be there. There's just water, The Spirit is moving on the waters as there's nothing because there's no earth, So of course that would be empty and nothing, right? Nothing would be there. That makes pretty good sense, I think. So not to be talking about the whole thing, because when we talk about earth, right, we talk about the whole thing, we think about the whole thing. But actually in regards to the dry land, I think that is actually how it has to be understood. And gives somewhat of another meaning, right, to things. But yeah, anyway, because there's no earth, right? There's no earth if it dry land. If earth is dry land and there's no dry land, well, there's no earth, right? Doesn't it make sense, So here we have Hashamayim ve'haaretz, of the land. Behi ba'rim'am biyom, in the day he made Yehovah, the God Jehovah, the earth, the land, or the land he made. So in the day he, Yehovah, the gods, Yehovah, the gods. It depends in regards to how it would. But anyway, made. What did he make? Well, the earth. He made the earth, right? He made the earth come forward. Well, I guess made. He, I guess, created, made. Maybe there's a difference in regards of, made in regards of forming something from something that's already there. Difference in regards of creation. I don't know. Maybe there's a difference in regards to that. In regards of creating and making, right? If you create something, maybe you're creating it out of. Whereas if you make something, maybe I wonder if there's a difference. At least there's two different words in Hebrew, right? Like, if I have things, right, and I made something out of that, right? But maybe I don't have anything and I created something, right? That's kind of a difference, isn't there? Maybe. How could I say, like, if I have all the pieces for a car, right, and I made the car, right, from something that's already there, right, I don't know if that's might be and created is like that things are just, everything is just being created. Maybe I don't know if there's a difference. I'm just thinking, right, I'm just thinking, if there's some kind of difference of that. Also, we have, like, see here, that's the ending, like where bara Elohim la asod in regards of made, right? And also created bara, So let's see here, melakto asher bara, that is created, Elohim, the gods, right? And made, right? To make. Oh, sorry, to make. So created and made. Or make, make. So made, So is there a difference in regards of bara and la asod? Would there be a difference in regards to that? That would be interesting too. Here we have asa again. He had made. So vaychal Elohim bayom hashivi'i, which I don't know if that's the one. Probably maybe that's actually the one that should actually say 6 instead of 7. But anyway, melakto asher, which he has made, and rested on the seventh day. I think this one is probably the one that you have so many other translations except the Masoretic that actually has 6 here. I think the Latin, the Samaritan text, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Aramaic, and all. You have multitudes of things that point out that there seems to be a problem here, if I recall correctly, in regards to. I think this is the first time in regards of. If it's the first time, that's the place where you have multiple sources that say 6. Now, of course, you would understand that God created everything and made everything in 6 days. So it doesn't really, when you read it, you still understand it as such, and that he rested on the 7th day. But kind of, as long as the closer we can get to things, the better, right? We know the Masoretic text has some issues here and there. So, we look on multiple witnesses and see if there's a problem. We look at the context. There's also one place, I think the Masoretic text doesn't have a line in the first book of the Bible, where many other translations, has it. That has translated from the Hebrew, and then all of a sudden, apparently, that sentence just was missing, apparently. And you could probably also find Hebrew manuscripts which have that variance, because I know the guy, Christian Ginsburg, found a lot of found variances in the Hebrew script text. Used a lot of his life on researching things. And he also became a Christian, as far as I know, a Jewish Christian. Anyway, Asa vayishbot bayom hashavi'i mikol melachto asher asa, which he made. Okay. Vayvachech Elohim et yom hashavi'i vaykedesh oto ki vo shavat mikol melachto asher bara Elohim, created, Elohim, and made. And we have multiple made up here, right? So what here we have like the created and made, right? Which he created and made, Elohim made, it's interesting how it's like fixed in so melachto, which created the gods and made, or something like that. So created the gods, but you couldn't say that in English, could you? You say which the gods created and they made. That's whatever. That might be some way of saying it in English. Anyway, Ele Toldot. So there we go with the second chapter, or a new beginning in some sense. Ele Toldot Hashemayim v'ha'aretz, the heavens and the land. Behi bare'am, which they were created in the day, and created, is that like bara? Okay, created in the day, and made, Yehovah, the gods, the land, and the heavens. And interesting, first goes here from the heavens and the earth, and then it flips around at, the earth and the heavens, So it goes from the heavens and the earth, and then it goes into created in the day which he made, Yehovah, the gods, the earth and the heavens. So it flips around the earth and the heavens. You see Ve'ha'aretz up here, and you see Eretz here, the land. And then you see Hashemayim and Veshamayim. So we have the Ver here and the Ver here, right? It flips around, in some sense. So, V'chol Shiach Hasateh Terem Yiyeh Va'aretz, in the earth, so in the land. Before become the land, and V'chol every Esef Hasateh Terem Yitzma. But anyway, let's see. Kilov Himtir rain Yehovah Elohim, the gods al Haaretz, on the land. Ve'adam, the man, or the Adam, the man, sometimes, again, that's the problem, right? Because you have the name of Adam, and sometimes it's translated as man, but really in the Hebrew it's actually Ish, which should actually be man, and Isha is woman, and Ve'adam should probably be closer to earthling. But of course, the problem is Adam is, every single name in the Bible has some kind of understanding, meaning something, right? So it's hard to, should you take, and of course Adam, seems to also fix in regards of Adamah, in regards of the earth, right? If you use the earthling, He's from the earth or the dust, Dustling, maybe? I don't know. Earthling. It sounds more. He's an earthling. We are from the earth, right? We are from the dust of the earth. So Elohim al ha'aretz, on the land, and Adam, iron. So there was no Adam or no man. And of course, we see the whole Adam line of Adam in regards of all these people are called, pretty much Adam. That they are the, that category of being an Adam, a man. But anyway, the Adam, you can see here, Adam, man, mankind. But of course, it's also the first man, right? So you see the thing, and to get that into a translation, and it's kind of, how are you going to be honest with the name? There wasn't any Adam, to till the ground, and here we go, Adamah, right? So here we see the Adam and ha Adamah, the ground. Well, then the question is, well, ha Adamah, if you're already going to use the other word for ground, right? The dry. But of course, maybe the dry just needs to be dry, right? That the idea that it's dry, it's not wet compared to the waters, right? Which is called seas or sea, both plural and singular being used, on that. But ha-adam might actually, dirt or land, ground, you would have to have something that just kind of differentiates things, right? Anyway, you have Adamah. So Adam is going to be taken from the ha-adamah or Adamah, and, seems like it must be linking, from H119, soil, from its general redness, country, earth, ground, husband, man, land. Okay, and let's see Adam, let's see Adam if it actually also connects. Origin, H119, so that use. So Adam and ha-adamah, you see a kind of a link there, as far as I can see anyway. So we have like ve'et, a mist, ya'ale, went up, min ha, on the earth, or from the, okay, apparently seems like from the land, okay, and water, the whole faces, plural, panaim, as far as I understand, that's pene, plural. I think faces are usually, but they say face and faces, but I think it's plural as far as I recall. But anyway, pene, the faces, is like the, what do you call it? The, like a face, oh, there's another, on the, like on the top of the faces of the waters, right? On the, I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, the faces of the ground, of the, ha-adamah, the earth, maybe. Earth, if you're going to say earthling, earth, might be, and land, earth, and the dry ground. Okay, maybe that's okay. Let's see, try again, right? The ground, no, see, okay, let's see, the earth. So ha-adamah, okay, if like see here, so we have like the adamah. If that's like ground, no, earth, right? Okay, that'll be Adam, would be like earthling, because he's taken from the earth, right? And then we have Eretz, that would be land, and we have Yabash, Yabasha would be dry. So okay, but I think we also have something in regards of dust and all that. Let's see here. So the faces is just the surface. It's like the front facade. It's the facade. The face is just the facade of things, the front of things. So Vayitzer formed Yehovah Elohim, the gods of Yehovah, et ha'adam. So he formed the man, which also includes the woman. As far as that was something. Where was that? In regards to formed the man and the woman. There was some place that I was looking into at some point, where it talked about him forming the woman and the man in regards of Adam. Afar, so that's afar. So here we go, the dust of the far, let's see, dry earth. Here we go. So here we have another word of dust, afar. Great, right? One more word, dry earth, dust, powder, ashes, earth, ground, mortar, rubbish, dry or loose earth, debris, mortar, ore. So here we have afar, apparently. So let's put that word in as well. Afar. Okay, afar. There we go. So dust maybe or something like that. I don't know, but we'll just fix a dust for now. Put it up here. Afar. Adama, Adam, Eretz, Yabasha, and afar in regards to dust. So God creates Adam from the dust of the earth, it seems, dust of, let's see what it says, let's not take it. Vayitzer Yehovah Elohim et ha'adam, the dust of Adamah. There we go. Okay. So here we see him is forming Adam by maybe the soil, dry, dust, powder, ashes, ground, maybe dry or loose earth, maybe dirt, hence clay, earth. Strong's definition from, dust as powder or gray, hence clay, earth, mud, ashes, dust, earth, ground, mortar, powder, rubbish. Well, soil, I would think. Maybe soil, let's see, soil. They didn't write anything in regards of soil, but it would be like, right, maybe from the soil, from the, from the Adamah, earth, and the soil from the earth. I don't know if that's going to, maybe it's just better with, but it's at least differentiating between, so, where did we go here? Did we lose it? No. Oh, let's see here. So formed by Adonai Elohim et ha'adam afar, the dust of ha'adamah. So it's something in regards of the ground, right? If that means of, mean from, out of, okay, out of. So out of the earth, out of, you take some, well, you could say clay maybe. So you take something out of the earth, maybe some clay or whatever, and form a man, Clay maybe also, I don't know, in regards of afar. One could maybe search afar in regards of nowadays Hebrew and see what they would say in regards to the name or the word, right? If we get mud, for example, or something like that, to just see if that would go in the direction of understanding if, what is it called? Clay, maybe. Because, the earth, of course, would be like Adamah, earth, Adam, earthling, from out the earth, Eretz, land, Yabashah, dry, and Afar, dust, soil, clay. That's a good question. Oh my, this is not, Okay. So we would need to search on that term at some point to just see how that goes hand in hand with the rest. Okay, so he forms Ha'adam, the man, out of the dust. And, from the ground, or maybe the clay or something like that. Something of that nature. At least something from out of the earth. It could be, what would you take? If you're taking something out of the earth, right? You clay, I don't know if dust would use, hence clay, earth, mud, mud, okay, ashes, dust, earth, ground. I think, mud would probably not be, but clay and mud is close related, isn't it? Mud, well, no, I guess clay is more like where you make something that gets collected together, whereas mud goes, so anyway, okay. So let's see, Vayitzer, and apparently formed. Yatsa, to form, fashion, frame, okay. So the gods, Jehovah, the gods of Jehovah forms Adam from maybe clay off the ground, something of that nature. So, and breathe into his nostrils, nishma, the breath, neshama, the breath, the spirit, into the spirit of life, chayim. No, sorry, into the nostrils, okay, okay, into the nostrils, off, okay. The breath of life, and Adam, the man, the Ha'adam, right? Well, of course, we know it's talking about Adam at this point. That's he, but again, the man. Lenefesh Chaya, so he become a living soul, become a Chaya soul, a living soul, or a living being in some sense as well. So you pretty much have the spirit, then you have the soul in regards to the program code, and then you have the body, right? So you have still multiple things to be a living. Oh, I still have some problems in regards of connection apparently. Okay, let's see here. Number 8. Vayita Yehovah Elohim, the gods planting him in the garden, Gan be Eden. Okay, Gan be in Eden, like in the beginning. So, no, actually it's not Eden, it's actually Aden. So in Aden, Mikadem eastward, Vayasem Sham et Ha'adam, he put the man, Ha'adam, well, which is Adam, of course, Asher whom Yasa he had formed. So he formed him like, I guess it would make sense if the other thing were in regards of clay, because you form things out of clay, right? And usually God used terms that we can, and things of a childish nature. Okay, so he had, Et ha'adam asher yatsa, he had formed. And of course, usually you form things out of clay, right? So God formed Adam out of, I would think clay would probably be a pretty good. Okay, Vayatzmach Yehovah Elohim, mean, and out of the Hada'am. Here we go with the Ha'adamah of the, ground, the earth. And it's earth, right? So I don't know, the ground would be. Oh well, I'll be right back. I need to pee. I got to think about things a little. Oh, I can also get that. Huh. Apparently the computer is very, very behind. Oh yeah. And my chicken is absolutely little black. Well, hey, you know, it's better than nothing. Oh well. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, you know, just thinking in regards of. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, we have like, yeah, clay, and of course God was forming man out of clay. That could make sense, and you know, dust wouldn't really fit together. And of course, if God is creating out of the earth, you know, it might be some red clay. You know, if we also have the redness of things. Hmm. Hmm. That's good. To mold into a form, especially as a potter. And again, God uses that thing as well, as a thing. Let's see, yeah. Out of the ground. Every tree out of the ground, out of the earth, out the earth, you know. Lemma return, lemma aral for food. What's the clock? Oh, it's getting late. Yeah. Or good and evil. Yeah. The tree of knowledge of good and evil. I'm here we go with Erit. The name of the first Pishon who Hasuvev, it called the whole land Haravila, Afrivala. land again. Even also translated, ha'aretz, the land. And the gold of the land of Hahiv, of that, is good. The whole of the land of Cush. So then we go in with land, right, of different nations, it seems. We still haven't, have some issues figuring that out, which I'm still kind of, I don't entirely understand what is going on here, because I would think that Moshe would be writing about what is there at that point of time, in regards of Cush, in regards of Ethiopia, and the other places. And some say this is talking about things how, in the past. So that's why it's not like it's described, or whatever you want to call it. I have some problems with, Chavila. I'm not sure what Chavila, the whole land of what Chavila, the part of Eden through which flowed I don't know. A son of Cush, new and proper masculine, so apparently that could also have, if it seems to me that it's describing how things are at the time of Moses and pointing out details, but it's just, apparently I'm too stupid to figure that out. How it works out. But there we go with the ha'aretz, like the land, right? That was pretty good. I have carrot. Oh yeah, so I also have some salad that's been going. It will be wonderful. So to hahiv ha'aretz usahav ha'aretz hahiv tov sham ha'bedulach me'evan. In regards to these stones, one Christian have done a lot of pretty good information on that. Can't remember what he's called, but that's pretty pretty nice information he came around with those 12 different gems and all that. Mishem, and the name Hashishni Ishonhu. Kol, the land, in regards of Eretz. Here we see at least it seems to be saying the land, the land, the land, the land, and it's Eretz, I guess if you also find the translations, it will probably also, in many translations, actually say the land. But again, if you're using the land for that specific word, then I don't think you should use it for other. I see here. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the entire surface of the ground. Okay, ground. That's number. Let's see here what word that was in regards. What? Number 6. Yeah, the ground. So here actually they have fixed it as the ground in this version, and then let's see if it goes over to the land. Yeah, and the gold of that land is good. So here actually they do differentiate between ha'adamah, which I will probably translate as earth instead, or dirt, maybe. I don't know. I still have to figure that out. We have dirt, dirt of the earth, dirt maybe. Of course we call it earth, dirt, I don't know. But yeah, at least they do see to have a differentiating thing here. In regards to the land, I think the entire land of Kus, right? So they used land for, and Jehovah, the gods, took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to work it and guard it. Okay, let's see here. What is that? That's number 15. Okay. Elohim et ha'adam vayani rehu vegan, the garden, vegan, gan apparently is in regards to the garden of Eden, le'aveda and dress ule shamecha. That sounds like the Shema. To guard, keep, observe, give heed, and all that. To guard something. Vazav commanded Jehovah the gods al ha'adam and the Adam, saying, Mikol, it's of every tree of the garden, a whole freely, a kal to eat, devour, okay. To rail, eat, or me'etz of the trees, no, but of the tree, me'etz, in regards to the Hata'at, in regards to the tree of knowledge of good and evil, lo, not to eat, mimeno ki beyom, achalcha, mimeno, for in the day that thou eatest, surely you shall die. Mut, okay. Vayoma Yehovah Elohim lo tov. Heyot should be ha'adam, that the man, Adam, at that point there's only Adam. And we see that, translating the man, right? Let's see here, fraction number. And Jehovah Elohim said, it is not good for the man. They also translate the man here, which is actually Adam. Then the question is, how do they translate the, and Elohim said that the earth bring, that's yeah. And let him, I think Adam is used, and Elohim created the man in his image. That would be 27. Probably the Adam, and Elohim created Ha-Adam would probably, let's see here, 27. If that's not Ha-Adam. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. So, Vayivra created Elohim et ha-Adam, the Adam, or the Adam, the Adam, Besalem, Elohim, in regards to the gods, Bara created Oto Sarah, Unekava Bara Otam. So it seems like male and female, apparently. And female. Bara Otam. And be fruitful. Urevu. And of course, we get more details in the second chapter from another angle. In regards to further details on it. So let's go back to the. We got down to 127 or something like that. Nope, that was too far. In regards of, but do not eat. That's number 17. And so we have some flesh of my bones. Okay, 17. So let's see, etz hata'atov vera. Yeah, we not eat of that. Vayoma Yehovah Elohim lo tov hayot ha'adam levado eese lo eser kinektu. So in regards of an helpmate, helper, one that helps. Vayiser Yehovah Elohim min ha'atama. So let's see, So Vayitzer Yehovah Elohim, the gods, Yehovah, out of the ground every beast, Hasedeh ve'et kol, every fowl, Hashemayim, of the air. I'm not sure if every beast, Hasadeh, of the field, okay, and every fowl, or every bird of the air, Vayave'el ha'adam, he brought to Adam, onto Adam. And there we go with Adam, right? So now it's translated ha'adam to Adam and not the man, So again, that's that's the thing that is a little hard in regards of when you then translate. Are you going to go with Adam? Or are you going to go with the idea of the Adam in regards of man, right? Liot ma yikra lo erol asher yikra lo ha'adam nefesh chaya hu shemo. What's the name thereof? Vayikra ha'adam shemo. Then we go with Adam again. Shemo, names, lechol, to all, habehema, uleof, and to the birds. So all the cattle and the birds of the heavens, like of the air. What are you talking about? Of the heavens. Ulechol, every chayat, and to every beast, haseda, of the field. Apparently, in regard to the field, I guess this is another word, somewhat in regards of things of that nature somehow. So field, land, I guess maybe of the field. I don't know. I would need to further look into that word as well. 7704. Let's see, Sade, something like that. Sade. Of the field. I guess who knows? Anyway. Okay. Okay, so Hasede, so on the field. Ule Adam, so, but for Adam, lo, matzah, not found, an helpmeet. Someone helps, helps to help, one who helps. Kinecto, suitable, vayapel, to fall. So suitable. So what is like nefal, to fall, to lie, be cast down, faint, to cause the fall, filter, blah blah. Yehovah, the gods, Tadima, deep sleep upon Adam, so on Adam, and they say the man, well, on Adam, there's only Adam at that point, and he slept. But then again, we all still are in that field of Adam, But anyway, why Yishan Vayikach Achad Mitzalotav Vayishko Basha Tach Tina. It's like, is he making or bana? That seemed to be another word, bana. So that's a third, word. Instead of made, it seems to be another kind of Hebrew word. So you have created, made, and apparently also bana. Which would be interesting to see how that word is used. Bana, alright. Yehovah Elohim et Hatzelah Asher Lakach min Ha'adam. So from the Adam, but from the man. And here we go with the woman, but that's Isha, which of course we have Ish in regards of man, and then we have Shah. So a male is a Ish, and a woman is an Isha. So again, it's not really, to translate that this man is actually not totally good. So this is the woman or female, in regards of, it has actually the word, right? Woman, female, isha, compared to ish, which is the man. So again, that you go into some problems in regards of translation as well. So even if you translate that as man, you should probably have translated to earthling or something like that. At least something that was differentiating. But anyway, le isha vai vieha el ha'adam. Vayomer ha'adam sod ha'pa'am etzem me'asa me'uvasa mitbesari lesod yikare isha ki me'ish. There we go, ish. That's the man. That's the, that's the word you want to use for man. Not Adam. Adam, you would use more like an earthling or something like that, right? Or doesn't make any, when you already have a word in Hebrew that is in regards of man, in regards of me'ish, isha, ish. So you like have isha, right? Isha, that's a singular of woman. And you can see woman or female. You have the male in it. You also have man and woman. Yeah. So, but in any case, so you have the isha and the ish. In regards to what it totally further, means, and that's a good question. But yeah, well, anyway, ish and isha. So isha ki me'ish. So Lu Korah was taken because she al kin sa'asov leave ish. There we go, ish shall leave. The other man was taken because she therefore leave the man, I guess, his father and his mother, Vedavak, and cleave, and shall cleave Be'ish too unto his wife. Apparently in regards of Isha, in regards of, well, to his woman, not wife, to his woman. So that's another thing in regards of, putting things that to his woman, and shall become one flesh, right? Besar, flesh, one flesh. So we have two in one. And of course, one of the places where, and they hated, right, in regards of all those devil worshippers and all that tries to do whatever they can, Echad, and they shall be one. Levasa, flesh, Echad, they shall be one flesh. Well, how can you have two in one? Well, like God is plural singular, right? Echad, so you have two people being one flesh, Oh my. So, wonder what that sound was. Oh well, anyway. So, Levasa Echad. Okay, Vayiyu become Shenehem, are both Romim, naked apparently. Naked bear. Ha'adam and his wife. So we have Adam, Ha'adam, the man. Well, it's like, again, the man, you already have a word for man. And that's used up here, right? A man. Ish. Ish is a man. And we have Avi, Viv, and Imo, and we also, and mother, Ve'et, Imo. So, and we have, and again, woman down here. So, you can, of course, in regards of, wife, of course, a wife, but that that's not what the text says directly, right? Someone is inferring something. Of course, she would be his wife, right? But it's not what the text directly says. It's his woman, right? Shall cleave to his woman, woman to his woman. Vehayu levasa echad, they should be one flesh. Vayiyu shenehem arumim ha'adam ve'isto, and his wife, Velo, and they were not, and they were not ashamed, right? Okay. So again, yeah, that's so. Here we go with the v'hanachash, haya arum mikol hayad. So the field, okay, of the field. I guess we have the field thing again. I'm not sure. The plain opposed to mountain, a home of wild beasts, cultivated field. Yeah, it's kind of, at least it's different than the others, right? So Hayat, so Hasadeh Asher Asa, that which, made, in regards to Jehovah Elohim has made. Vayoma el Hashisha, so here he talks to the woman. Af ki ama Elohim lo terelu mikol etz hagan, Vatomer Hashisha el hanerash miperi etz hagan. We don't even know she's called Chava at that point, right? That comes a little later in regards to the name. Hanerash meperi etz hagan nochel. Umiperi haetz asher betoch hagan ama Elohim lo torelu mimenu velo tigeu. Okay. Or maybe tiku, I'm not sure. Just weird, but I might have made some mistakes in regards to this. But tiku sounds more. Not anyway. Bo pen temotun. Vayoma hanachash il ha-isha, to the woman. Lo mot temetun. Oh, you shall not surely die. Right? God just told you something. I guess we just need to don't listen to him, right? Anyway, ki yo de Elohim ki, so he knows. He has, I guess, to knowledge, right? The gods, the gods know that in the day ki. I'm not sure in regards to ki. What is like ki, that in day. Okay, that in day. Okay, they also put the that in the day. Okay, that should be that in the day. I'm not sure why that would have not fixed over here. For God, that in the day. Maybe, I'm not sure if this is fixed to this or that side. So in the day, bayom in day, achalchem, ye eat mimenu, venifkeru, einechem, your eyes shall be opened, viyitem will be like the gods. And here we go with the. Actually, we have Kelohim apparently at that point. Kelohim, Yodei, Tov v'ra, knowing good and evil. Vatera haisha ki tov, and ha'etz le'me'aral v'ri ta'ava hu le'ena'im v'nechmad ha'etz lehaskil vatikach mipiryo vatoral vatiten gam leisha ima. Oh, where is in regards to he took of the fruit, vatoral, and gave also to leisha. That's in isha, Enosh. Also to the man, Enosh. Is that like another form of Isha or something like that? Enosh. Compare. And that's a good question. I would have thought that it would have been using the Ish form, right? But Le Isha. So he gave also. Like gam, is that not also another word for the garden? Wasn't that called, or was it called something else? Anyway, so we have the We have like well, it says it's Enosh, right? Man multiple, now of course it's not Enosh, right? The man named Enosh, but it says it comes from the word Enosh. I would have thought it would have been like in regards of a form of Ish, right? Ish, Enosh. Ima, her, and he with her and did eel. So okay. But we have like the woman, right? We have the woman, so why wouldn't it like be a form of Ish, Maybe it is. I don't know. A man, mankind, man, mortal, man, person, man, and all that. I don't know. I don't know enough Hebrew grammar and all that to see. We have Ish, and of course the Ish can become different, wordings and all that, but it doesn't seem like, at least according to this, that it. Anyway, we'll see. Vayochal vatipakachna ene shinehem vayeteu ki romim, and they know they were naked and all that, and they fixed fig leaves. I guess they might be pretty big fig leaves. I don't know. Aprons in regards of girdle, loin covering. Vayishmeu et kol Yehovah Elohim mithalech. So, and they heard it call. Okay, apparently the voice. Okay, call. Okay, call, but okay, call. Yehovah Elohim milhalech. To walk, to come, to walk. There we go with the gan, right? Wasn't gan like also used for another word? No, that's gam. Okay, gam and gan. Okay, okay. Bagan leruach in the, let's see, to the spirit in the garden, to the spirit of the day. Let's say it's in the cool, the ruach, leruach, to the ruach of day. Vayitrabe ha'adam ve'ishto, and his wife. So the Adam here and the Adam, or the Adam actually, ha'adam, the Adam, and the Ishto and his wife. Okay, I guess the what is it called? We have the prefix, infix, and what is it called? The last infix, plus prefix, and again I can't remember. Infix, and I can't remember the last one. But you have like, it seems like you have something in regards of the last part of, in regards of his wife, I guess. Mi pene Yehovah. I might be wrong, I'm just trying the best that I can do. Infix, suffix, there we go, suffix, I think it's called. So prefix, infix, suffix. Anyway, Elohim betoch etz hagan. Vayikra Elohim, Vayikra Yehovah Elohim el ha'adam. Vayomer lo ayeka. Where are you? I guess where hence. Vayomer et ko lecha shamati bagan va'ira ki rom anochi va'echave, and I hit myself. Vayomer mi hagid lecha ki rom ata hamin ha'etz asher sivitira, which I commanded you, to sava, to command. Sava, okay. Leviltia rol mimenu aralta, Vayoma ha'adam ha'isha. So here again, we don't know that she's called Rava because she's not named yet. Vayoma ha'adam, and the man. Vayoma, the man, the woman, Asher natata imadi hinatena li min ha'etz ve'orel. Va'orel. Vayoma Yehovah Elohim la'isha. Okay, maybe it's actually talking about Vayoma said the man, the woman. So we have like see the Adam, the woman, Asher netate. So maybe he's talking to both Adam and the woman. Vayoma and the man, the woman, whom thou gavest. Oh yeah, okay. And the man, okay, the man saying Ha-isha Asher natata imadi hi natena li min ha'etz ve'orel. So he's saying that the woman gave me, to eat. Vayomer Yehovah Elohim la'isha ma'asod asit vatomer ha'isha ha'nechash asit la'ashit. What unto the woman ma'hast asit vatomer. Okay, vatomer ha'isha, and the woman said, ha'nechash hishi ani ve'orel, and I did eat. Vayomer Yehovah Elohim el hanachash ki asat. Pretty much see the problem. It goes to Satan, to the woman, to the man, and there we go. Vayomer Yehovah Elohim el hanachash ki asita sod arur ata mikol habehema umekol hayat hasate al geronecha telech ve'afa. Oh, here we go in regards of the dust thing again. Dry earth, dust, powder, ashes. Here we go with the afar again. So and, well, I guess, and the, maybe that, if you say and the clay. No, yeah. Every beast above of the field upon thy belly will go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. Okay. Enmity ashit between benacha uvein ha'isha uvein sa'acha uvein sa'ahu yeshufecha rosh ve'ata teshufenu akev. El ha'isha ama haba. Okay, well, anyway. Okay, we have some problems here and there for sure. I still think land is probably the best thing to write in regards of the thing in regards of Eretz. But anyway, we're learning a little further, right? Get things the way. Aiden. Oh well. Yeah, everything takes it takes time every single time you sit down. Hours just flies every time you sit and do things. You think it would just be very easy to do the things, right? But yeah, I find out it takes hours and hours to do things. Oh well. Have some salad. Wonderful. Go and hold on. Yeah, getting some salad dressing out. I wonder where's this. And then I'm going to, I guess, dig into some salad. Okay, well, I guess I've been at it for 4 hours. Oh, 4 hours. I don't feel like I've done that much. Where's the thing for the mobile? Did I lose that? Apparently. Let's get on with this here. I have another one over here. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, well, I guess that's fine. Well, let's see here. So overall, probably in regards of land, and the land were empty and desolate. Well, I guess that, and the darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the spirit of the gods was hovering. Well, of course, there wouldn't be any land if we're going to pinpoint that the Haaretz is actually the dry land, because there wouldn't be any dry land. There would be nothing, Og jorden var tom og øde. Well, there wouldn't be anything in regard to the, of course it would be empty and desolate. If you're going to, yeah. So, yeah, it takes a long time to sort things out. But if I could get just the first chapter to work out, that would be amazing, because again, a lot of people have forgotten in regards to the creation story. We can just get a little closer to the truth in regards to things, That's always a good thing. I pretty much can lock that out, I guess. And lock that out. Okay, we have all the Linux stuff and all that. That's a 1967 recording. That's what is going on in the world. And well, the devil is pretty much running everything. So, having more coffee. Well, the last bit of coffee and no coffee anymore. It's like not good. All that coffee. Well, let's empty this one and I'll drink the last bit and not drink anymore. Oh, it's stupid to have coffee anyway in the night. Oh. Yeah, well, roam your boat down the bloody stream. I guess, yeah, that's true. Okay, Reddit, dive into anything. Uh-oh, I lost them. There we go. Probably should put some glue on it or something like that so it stays on the... Yeah, it tends to fall off. That's annoying. A little glue. Should fix that. Of course, I will need to let it dry. There we go. Okay, I think that should be enough to Keep it sitting where it's, okay, let's just, there we go. Oh, I'm still having things hard to figure out what I wanna, uh-oh, I have to be careful, I just put glue on this, I shouldn't use that, oh, my stupid me. When you forget things very quickly, you know. I get glue on the screen, that kind of hard to get off again. Yeah, I guess I have a little to listen to still in regards to things. I think the Acts of John actually went pretty good in the beginning, and then it takes a kind of a huge weird turn. It actually does confirm that Yeshua is God Almighty. It confirms that the Sabbath is the seventh day, and one more thing, and then it just took a weird trip in a weird direction. Oh, it's not showing up. I wonder if it's still live streaming or if it has stalled. It might have stalled in regards to the video. That tend to happen, of course, as well. That's typical. You know, nothing has to work, right? No, it actually is still working, it seems. Interesting. Who knows? You know, sometimes it breaks. So, what is it like? There we go. Let's fix a little of the salad here. You know, that would be good. That's the only thing that is good about Caesar. That's Caesar salad, you know. So, I have lots of things to research. Oh no, I still. Oh, my stupid me! I took the pin that is still trying to. I can see it also needs on the other side a little drop of glue. These pens tends to, well, these pens are the best that I've found, but they don't sell them anymore. And of course, in red, they were pretty much the best of them all. And we got to red and for mobiles. But they stopped selling them, of course. And apparently you can't find them in. Oh, let's see here. Okay. Oh, okay. No, alright. So that's what. That's it. Let's see here. Hi there. Oh, sure. Hey. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's 4 hours ago. Okay, that's my gap profile. Bible. Yeah, the earth, the land. The gods created the heavens and the land. It's probably a better thing. You know, or I further needs to see how Eretz is used. But if we use the definition God uses from the beginning, then he specifies what is Eretz. And that's the dry that comes up from, you know, so Yeah, well. Anyway, I guess maybe I should take a break. And stop for today. Or at least stop a little, take a little break. It would still be nice to further get, at least if I can get all the how to pronounce things, it would be nice if I could fix that. But there's still a good way of doing that for sure. As you can see, I also have the second chapter here and other things I just put in regards of the Hebrew when I was doing it. And well, the web page became huge, Of course, there's no point in it being on the web page if it's not needed, or if it's not finished, I guess. So, and it's not, but there's more than enough to work on for sure. Little by little, if whatever. It is what it is. It goes where it goes in some sense. If it doesn't, I'm not even sure I get finished with the first chapter, but I hope, because that's pretty much the most important thing, and then I can, I guess, look on other things afterwards. It would be interesting to take the names and do some of those so I know the right pronunciation in Hebrew. That's good. Great salad. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, that's a more speech. I think I have the other mobile where I might have the application so I can look at it while checking on the other mobile to sort further things out. There we go. Oh, a little salad. All pretty good. And then I have carrots for the rest of the night, I guess. והארץ ויאמר אלוהים יהי ויהי אור. Yeah, I would need to go through. Himlene og landet. Hvad er landet? Yeah, the heavens and the land. Well, the earth sounds like you usually hear like the heavens and the earth, right? But yeah. The heavens and the land. In the beginning, the gods created the heavens and the land. Yeah, it's a kind of a different things for sure. And the land, the haaretz, and the land were empty and desolate. It shouldn't, if the land is not there, it just shouldn't be. Let's see here. Like the haaretz and the land was hayita, to be, to become, to pass, to exist, happen, fall out, to come into being, to be, was, to who, without form. Formless is confusion, unreality. That's like unreality, so it wasn't there. That was just empty or unreal, was not. Wouldn't it be like to who, like not being there, Let's see, to who. Let's try if you say. What is it? Let's see here. I don't know if we can do it like that. See if it finds anything. To who? No. I guess I need to have like a dot in the middle. I don't know how to. Oh, maybe like that. Okay. So here we go. Veha'aretz hayita, was. We also need to. So veha'aretz, and the earth and the land was without form, was what wasn't even there, and void. So it's like emptiness, void, waste. It's kind of formlessness, confusion, unreality. It wasn't there, right? So it would be unreality, emptiness, formless, nothingness, empty space. That was empty of unreal, of idols, figuratively, wasteland. Wilderness. Solitary place, it wasn't there, it wasn't there. It's like without form, I don't know. And vohu, emptiness, void, meaning to be empty, a vacuity, that is superficial and undistinguishable ruin, emptiness. Vacuity, what is a vacuity? Okay, wasn't there. Vacuity. The absence of matter. It is not there. A region that is devoid of matter. It's a total lack of meaning of idea. It's not there. It's not there. That's the whole purpose of it. It's not there yet. I think that's the point of it. I will see. I'm going to further look into it. If I find something that breaks my, then, but it's not there. And darkness upon the faces. There we go, with the faces of the deep. In regards of deep, in regards of where we have waters. And the spirit of Elohim. Merarefet moved, and I need to look this up as well in regards of moving, how that is also used other places to hover, to grow, to hover, to all over Pinay, the faces of the water. So we know that's waters on the deep, on the deep of things, of the deep, to home. I would also need to look that up as well. But anyway, so let's see here. Next one, Uwe Tohu. So he found the land in a desert, in the waste, howling Yeshimon. It's like in regards of waste again, right? Confusion on reality. Yeshimon, Yesuvenhu, Yevonehu, Yitzerenhu. I'll need to look at the context of this. Let's see here. Velo tasuru ki ara rai hatohu asher lo yu le lu. Velo yatsulu ki tohu hema. But to who? To nothing. Yeah, with nothing. To nothing. Well, I might actually be pretty good in regards of Job. To nothing. Let's see. To know, and they go out of the way to nothing. What? To who? To nothing. It's not there, right? Was not there. Nothing. The land was nothing. The land was not there. I think that's the point. But anyway. Let's see here. Let's see, Be'et, okay, 600 vanished. Be'rom is hot, Neptuho, middle of that place. Yila Fitu, Areho, the path, the calm of their way. Ya'alu, they go, Vatuhu, to nothing, and perish. And what is this, perish? Okay, that's okay, to nothing. Formless and confused, already to nothing, they become nothing, they are nothing. So the land is not there. It's but what could you the land is not even there at that point. The land was Tohu. Nothing seems to okay, so let's see. Monsieur left, they take it away the heart Rashai of the chief Haaretz of the land, Vanyat Im, to wander into Betor, into nothing. I would think into nothing, into something that is empty. Monsieur left. Let's see here, Maski, the nations, and destroyed to enlarge Lakoyim, and straightened Misur Lev Hash. I don't know. Well, Vayatim, and causes them to wander in a wilderness. Lo, no way. Where there's no way. Yeah. Natesiphon al tehu, over the empty place. So al, over. Nate, he stretched out the north over the empty place. An empty place. Tohu, formless, not an empty place. To lay, to hang the earth, an empty place, to hang the earth over nothing, Beli, or nothingness, Belima, or empty place, empty maybe. it's not there, but could that be okay, so let's see here. And the earth were, well, empty. Was pretty much empty. No, it's not. Yeah, it's like, yeah, empty. Yeah, okay. Empty. It's not there. It's, what is it like? The earth is hayitatu hu hun siger. And and the earth hayitatu hu hu. So it must say that. I would think that it would be saying, I have to be careful, of course, but the land is not there. The land is not there yet. And the earth were hayita, empty, and desolate, vavohu, desolate, hayita, and desolate. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. It's desolate, it's not there. So it's, of course, empty. It's nothing there. Oh yeah. So empty place. Formlessness, confusion. That's here. Shofeki poured boss all upon Netivim, Vayat im, and caused them to wander in the wilderness, low, where there's no way. Broken. Now we have some more of confusion. Okay, Nishbera, broken down, Kiryat, of confusion, Sakar, every house. He hasn't destroyed everything into nothing, or let's see here. They shall not drink of the wine, ye might be bitter. Shecha Leshuta, to them that drink, Nishbera is broken down, Kiryat, the city of confusion. I don't know, confusion, formlessness. The city of nothing. Yeah, here we go. Nothingness, empty space, nothing. Formlessness of primeval earth, formless nothingness. That which is empty, unreal, nothingness. I think nothing. Nothingness. Okay, nothing. Let's see here. Nothing. Okay, the earth were empty and nothing. It wasn't there. Just empty and nothing. It was empty and nothing. What word is in regards to nothing? Broken down, Kiryat, nothing, of nothing. Shut up every house where no man come in. Of nothing. Of confusion, of nothing. Nothing of confusion. There we go with Adam again. That make a man forward, him that reproveth within the gate. What to who of not Sadiq the just, and turn aside and not Sadiq. Nothing and nothing for the just, or something like that, I guess. Maybe nothing for the just. Let's see. See what we have here. Those who make a man to sin in word, and lay a snare for him who reproves in the gate, and turn aside the righteous with empty reasoning. Empty, nothing. Empty reasoning. What's empty? Empty, with empty. I'll see if we can find see what the King James Version says. for a thing of not. Empty reasoning, empty not. Something that is empty, something that is not. Not, actually not. Something that is not, right? Because it's not, it's actually not. It's not there. No amount at all, something of no value, it's not. Not anything, nothing at all. It was not. Okay, so because it is not there at that point. So okay, not okay. That might be. Yeah. Just one. Turn aside the just one by vanity. Okay. By vanity, something that is not. Not. Is that a better word for not? In regards to English? Not. Let's see here what we have. We can find something. I think that is, 0-digit figures, those. Something that is not. 0 as in zilch. What is another word for not? Oh, we have this autonyms. Oh yeah, those are regards of autonyms. Oops. It's getting hot. I think actually that seems to be pretty good. Not. I think not. It's not. The earth or the land is desolate and not. It's not there. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally too. Let's see here. And the earth were empty and not. Maybe. Let's see here. Where's the thing here? Just. I like to see parallel or something like that. Premium features, so give me a break. I already have upgraded to the. Oh my, that's just. Oh, give me a break. Just wasting my time as usual with these nonsense things. One can only hope that someone actually, it's just tedious. If one just could find a version that actually was just open, that would be much better than. It gets tedious to need to activate things and again and again and again and try to. Of course, it doesn't help you actually if you're doing other things. It just gets into problematic things. So apparently I can't just, one by vanity, right? But vanity, of course, is also for a thing of not, and turn aside the just for a thing of not. So here we go with the thing of not, right? It's nothing not. There's nothing. It's just empty. It's just of not, a thing of not, and to who, right? A thing for not of the just, and turn aside and lay a snare, and turn aside. Of nothing, formless, confusion, emptiness, formlessness, nothingness, and nothing. It could be either nothing or not. Or not. A vanity. Of course, it's not there. Just my. Okay. Anyway, let's see what we have more. I think it's actually. Let's see the. We actually, by the way, have this. Let's see the Latin. Away in vain from a just right about. Away in vain. What about the? I'm not sure if I have. Yeah, no, not Asire. Let's see this one. Yeah, they've been away by emptiness, unjust acts, or just one, or something like that. To fall without cause. Nothing or not, you know. It's not there. Okay, see, and not. Not. Nothing. It was nothing. It was not there. How would you say that? It was. And the earth were. Hayita to who? Must be in regards of the, and the earth, and the earth, and the earth, the ha, and the earth, ha, the yet. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, do we have the search thing again, or? No, it's not searching the right form. Okay. It was without form. I'll go again in regards to empty, unreality. It was unreality. It wasn't there. It was unreality. Okay, unreality, I guess, you know. Unreality. It was nothing or not, or unreality. It wasn't there. Unreality. I'm not sure that actually works out other places. Unreality. But it is an unreality, right? It's not there. It's, I don't know biblically if it's formlessness, if that's, but it's not confusion. It's empty. It's not there. Formlessness of primeval earth. Nothingness, empty space. Well, it's empty space as well, but of course space is not created at that point. So, because space is the heavens, so. That which is empty or unreal of idols, empty wasteland, wilderness, it's not there. So it's like wasteland, but there's no land. So it's kind of. Is there anything else we can? Okay, compare. Let's see here. From an unused word meaning to lie waste, strong desolation, desolation of surface, as to say desert. A worthless thing in vain. Thing of nothing. It's nothing. It's not. It's waste. It's not waste. Well, waste. It still gives you the idea that something, right? And there's nothing. You know. Throw away. Yeah, that's not going to work. Desolation of surface, but there's no surface. Worthless things in vain, uses confusion, empty space. It's empty, right? But the earth is empty, but it's not even there. It's without form. It's nothing. Nothing thing of nothing. It's nothing. So who? In regards to how they translated vain, vanity, waste, wilderness, I think nothing is probably. But you can see how many times they translated into different other, different things, right? Nothing, not, or nothing. I think probably is probably two good words. A desolation of surface, the desert. A worthless thing. To who? Formless, confusion, unreality. Unreality is also. It's not there. Formlessness of primeval. I guess I don't know, but formlessness. How do you nothingness? Nothingness. Yeah, nothingness. Nothingness. That's pretty close to.
We know from the context that it doesn't exist at this point. If it's land, if it's what we, we have to follow the Bible on this. Okay. Okay. Unreal, wasteland, place of chaos, vanity. From an unused root meaning to lie waste. But it's just not there. Formless, confusion, unreality, formlessness, nothingness. Nothingness that is not there, when it doesn't exist. Non-existent. That which is empty or unreal. How does actually the Jewish guy actually fix this? I guess he just couldn't, Og jorden var øde og tom, og tomhed. Og jorden var øde og tomhed. He uses the word tomhed. Okay, what about this Danish version? Jorden var dengang tomhed og øde. Well, this wasn't even there. There must be a better way to, Let's see the ESV I have here. That's best probably already looked at. I don't know. Let's see here, and he said, let him. Emptiness and formlessness. Yeah, of course, it doesn't have any form if it doesn't exist. Okay. Anyway, so that's tohu. So I think that's without form, without saying that God created the heaven and the earth. Okay, yeah. Okay, we need to have the. Ve'ha'aretz and the earth. Hayita was without form, and let's see, Hayita, to be, come to pass, exist, happen, fall out, to happen, to come into, to be. It was nothing, to be nothing, it was nothing. It came to pass, be done, be brought forth, to be, Well, we need to search on Haya, like Hayita. Okay, can we take like that? Copy. So now we have, without form, now nothing. So, and the Verha'aretz and the earth was nothing. And yeah, well, we'll check the other Vavu at some point. It's difficult with this. Hayita, because I don't think it's actually about all the things that you would think. Let's see here. Ve'ha'aretz hayita was. Ha'de yita. Yita, to exist. The existence was nothing. The existence was nothing, I would think, because if this, like, to be become the existence, it came to pass, happened. It has to be like it, the Verha'aretz and the earth, it has to be, was nothing, was not there, did not exist. Was like Hayita, to be, become, come to pass, did not exist. And the earth did not exist, was nothing. And the earth was nothing. Oh, okay. And maybe we're getting. And the earth was nothing, or not. And the earth was nothing or not, was not. must be something. And the earth was not. And the earth was nothing. And the earth was nothing. You know, it was, you know, it didn't not, yeah. My. Okay, let's see. Verhaaret and the earth. And sometimes again we need to throw around the things, right? But Hayita was Hayita to, you know, to be, become, come to pass, exist. Haya, that's Haya. Haya, but Hayita, what kind of way do we, Hayita, if that's like was, not, and void, and it was empty, you know, it was void, it was must be a better word, void, no, root, unused root, meaning to be empty. It's vacuity that is superficially and undistinguished ruin. It's not bohu, but bohu, emptiness, void, waste, void. Well, emptiness, it goes that direction, right? Of the earth was not, and void, no, and void, and not, it was not. Okay, let's see what we have. Vayikra ha'adam shem ishto chava. Here we go with the chava. So Vayikra ha'adam shem ishto, his wife, chava, because he biata, become, mother, become, you know, become, do we like become, not, it doesn't become not, it is not, hayita, okay, call of all living. Okay, let's see here. Of course it has to be fitting also with, was, you know, Vayikra Adam Shem Ishto Chava Ki He. What did I do like with, is that going to totally, and the earth was, oh yeah, was, okay, if you're using like, because, you know, because she, it's like she, right? Yeah, why is like he, she, it, no, who, no, wait, he, is that he, because he, Eve, ki, he, become, mother, I don't know, Vayikra ha'adam name ishto chava ki, he become kol chai. Gosh, oh my, I might be on very thin ice, and I should be careful to not do something. To be, become, come to pass, exist, happen, fall out. To happen, fall out, occurs, to come, and it came to pass, or to be, existed, to abide. So it's like, this is haya, and so the question is, what is the verb form we have in regards of, like, let's see here. I think we can check the, up here, I think. Let's see here what we can see of the word. And call the mankind, well, Adam. No, it's just Adam, you know. They say human, mankind. Name, woman, Rava, ki, and there we go with she instead of, you know, he, that's she. There seems to be an error in the other one. Anyway, hi. There we go with this thing here, right? There we go with issues again. Things worked in the past, right? But everything breaks further and further, and it's very annoying that you need to use a lot of time to fix things instead of The question is, you have two options, the nifal or the kal. To come, to arise, to become, to be, to exist, be in existence. To occur, come to pass. And, to occur, come to pass. Be done, be brought about. To be done, be finished, be gone, to occur. Haya was to occur, nothing to come, always emphatic. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm totally on. I just don't understand how, if we take it in context, it just seems like, again, we have to understand what is eretz, right? And God defines it later on. Vayikra ha'adam Shem is Torah va ki he, and that's she. That's a mistake here. I think I'm pretty sure it's a mistake. If you take like one of the other, she became the mother. So that's another mistake in the module. She hayita become hayita. Yeah. Hayita shall be for, shall be. So like, it kastina tasti be anan in the cloud. Shall be for. There's, I guess, in regards to the rainbow. And the shall be for. Become. No, at least we have a good amount of. Well, that's not going to work. That's not. Will come. Have. I am waxed old. Okay, so here. Wat sitra Sarah Bekibar Lemor Arare Beloti. Have I, Li Idna the pleasure. Maduni, my lord. Okay. Ve'ene le'achakor ve'rachel hayita become yifatua with areas of the form. Ve'timna become. Well, become what? Become, it was like become. Well, I don't know, become. Has been. So lo hayita vayomeru haterek vayomeru, saying lo hayita has been. There has been no. There has, or there has. Well, I just has been. Hayita said lo, hayita no. Has been. If that like has been, right? Has been, maybe like has been nothing, not has been. The earth, let's see here, has been, and the earth has been nothing, and the earth, right? That's at least pretty much fixed, right? That's no problem. Had been or has been. Had been, has been, not, and something. the something, not and void, nothing had been nothing, maybe nothing, or not been nothing, had been, and the earth had been nothing, and the earth was not. I don't know, maybe. And the earth was not. And the earth was not. That's pretty much the same thing, right? And the earth, and the earth was not. And empty. And the earth was not. I just don't. I have a very, very hard time with this. So it has been not, has been not, maybe. Had been, was not. Had been, has been not, and the earth has been not and void. Has been, I don't know. And the earth had been, has been not and void. So it hasn't been there, right? Could that be? And the earth has been not and void. Has been not and void because it wasn't there. So it has been not and void. That was like has been not and void. Let's see if that actually works. Is that what it's saying? Oh my, I really need. Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're seeing? Has been, yeah. Hayita has been not and void. It hasn't been. Okay, does that work? Oh my Father, oh my. Is that what? And the earth were empty and desolate. No. And the earth where has been not and void. And the darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the spirit of the gods was hovering over. Yeah, it wasn't not an. Yeah, could that be? Oh, could that really be? Is that? Did we get it? And the earth was nothing. No, and the earth has been not and void. And the earth has been not and void. Has been not and void, because it's not there. And the earth has been not and void. I really don't know if I'm, but if you're going to, there's some gas. I think that actually might work. Like Avani, Vayoma lo mitzachiha, vegam anshe hamakom hameru lo hayita has been. No, so has been lo. So no has been no. Okay, has been. Let's see if we can find this and see what we get from other translations. Let's see here. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. There was. Okay. There was. There was no. There was. Yeah, so what do we have here? Like there was. There had been. And the earth has been. I don't know if that's. And the earth has been not and void. Like in the beginning, the gods created the heavens and the earth, right, or the land, right, and v'ha'aretz and the land were not there, right, and So the land, of course, the land and not the earth, of course, the land and the land. Still continuing on this earth thing, and the land. Okay. And the land was not and void. Void, I guess. Void would be void, something that is not existing, right? Lacking any legal binding force, containing nothing. There was nothing. The state of non-existent was non-existing. Oh yeah, non-existing. Non-existent. That was maybe just not and void. Void. Non-existence. There we go. I think we're getting there. Hopefully it's, yeah. Okay, and the land had been not and void, non-existent, and the land had been not and non-existent. And the land has been, had been, and the land has been not and void, and the land had been not and void. Not and non-existent, had been not and void. I'm still having issues with this. I'm still having issues with it. Because that makes the most sense in the earth where we're not there, right? And the darkness was over the surface of the deep. It's explaining that the land is not there yet. And the spirit of the gods are hovering over the surface of the waters. That's the only thing there is, because the land, the earth, the land, hasn't come yet. That's the heavens is not there either. And then God said, "Let there be light." There was light, and then there was light. And the God saw that the light was good, and okay. Great. Okay, well, sure, I don't know. Okay. And there was nothingness. Actually, we can also say the land. There was not. Okay, there was not. Was. Okay, nothing and not on reality. Nothingness and void. There was nothing and void. The land had been, has been, not was, not there was, and the land there was not and void. 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 And the land was not and void, I guess. And the land was nothing. And the land had been not and void. And the land had been not and void. I have some problems with this. This is terrible. Like there was. It's like there was void, and so the land there was, the land there was none and void. There was none and void. So the land was none and void because the land was not there. Let's see here, the land was, the land was not and void, or non-existent, because it wasn't there. Oh, and Was here, right? No harlot was here. Has been, right? No, has been. Yes, has been, right? Has been. But we're going to use it like has been. Has been. It's also like has been. And the land has been not and void, like it wasn't there. Yeah, has been not and void, it hasn't been there. In the past, it was, not and void. There was no land. Not that it was, but it has been. I guess, maybe. Let's see how. Was no harder was there. Was here. Was there. Was low. Here, okay. And just there. Sad. Amount. Wow. No, has been in regards of this one, the whole. Hold it, okay, hold it over here. Female simple. So, as no, this one harlot was not there, has been. So low has been, right? Has been. No, let's just say has been, and said has been. This harlot, no, has been, okay, has been, not and void, and the land has been not and void. Because it was not. I guess you could also end the land was null and void. Because it wasn't there. Had been, not and void. Had been. And the land had been not and void. Had been. Was nothing. Hayata has been messing. Hayata there was. And the land that was not and void. And the land that was not and void. Let's try that. And the land there was not and void, but it wouldn't. It doesn't sound so. If you're going to say it right, and the land there was not and void. I can still get the idea, right? There was not and void, and the land there was not and void. There was nothing, right? And the land has been not and void. Had been, that was. And the land there was not and void. Yeah, there was nothing. And there was no land. And there was no land. Oh my, it's so hard to figure out how to. Hayata there was. For Mia's for and that time to become a nation, so it became a nation. Yeah, okay. Where Hayata there shall be. Wow, must be a way to must be a way to understand this Hayata thing. Instead of there shall be. Well, I am on it. Uvaboga Hayata came was become Hayata. It's like will reach Hayata. Why is it that there's like so many different ways of and put like the bonnet? Give me a break. Become Mehamelach. Mehamelach for the staff. Had on. Well, doesn't help me at all. It really doesn't help me at all these to have some kind of shall become no, because it can't shall become, because it already is, but no, it's not, becomes well, at least there's enough verses, right? Has had spirit, because he had the spirit. Where are deep, but my servant Caleb, because Hayita had, because he had the spirit. So had the earth hath become shall be become receive. Are you kidding me? To harden. Alright, I don't get it. Became, belonged. Oh, give me a break. There must be like some kind of foundational thing of this word. That can be oh, the carrots are gone. Become, Hayita, become of Israel come in, so Vayomeru lema Yehovah Elohei Yisrael Hayita in bis to Yisrael he come. Maybe there's some other better options in regards to those other has been, here we go, has been, right? So let's see here. Hayita become or has been. So let's see here. Bahem Batirila at the first, Vishama, Hashomea, Ve'ama, it will say, has been Magifa, as a slaughter. Now has been, again, has been, and something has been, and the land has been not and void. To explain that it has been not and void in the past, right? And the Spirit was hovering over the waters. Because there was no land, right? There was only water. I think that has been not and void. And the land has been not and void. There was a time in the past that there was no land, right? Hasn't been not and void. Yeah, because it wasn't there. Of course, maybe people couldn't imagine a world without land. I don't know. I think that seems to be the best suggestion I can get, in some sense. Although I don't know if it's correct, but best that I can do. Hayita has been, it will say, has been, right? Hayita has been, it will say, ve'ama, and say, right? Oh, give me a break, it has this nonsense going on, so I can't even, that's annoying. Typical bullshit features that they put in and make things work like you don't want. Hayita ve'ama hashomea. So when I say hashomea ve'ama, it will say, and say, has been. Hayita has been. There's a manslaughter of the people, right? Who Hayita has been. And become, and has been, and become. It's, how does it, because it works, has been here, right? That's like past, right? And this has become for the, of course, there's some other words. No, don't I? Oh, I can't. Oh, also I'm closed out of Facebook again as usual. Oh, yeah, I should take a break here. May Yahweh be with you and Yeshua, most precious pearl.